Okay, so we just didn't have the minutes. So I'm working with Leah. So Josh, you might want to download, I don't know if you have already, but download everything from the folder. It'll go faster. And Leah just put the minutes in also if you're going to be, running the visuals on the show today. All right. Thank you, Leah. Yeah, it is 9 o'clock. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, time flies.
Do we have a quorum?
I think so.
Actually, I don't think we do yet. I thought I saw Alex this morning, but maybe not. Is Alex on here?
I'll see him.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Josh, Kaylee, and myself.
And Chris and I each have to step down from an item, I think.
Hey, Kyle.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, in person.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Not really.
Okay, I'll send out a quick email to the others just to make sure that they're logging in.
Okay.
Then we can get started.
Okay, there's Valerie.
Okay, so who are we still missing? John,
Alex.
John and Alex, okay.
But I think we can start. We have 4. So let's do that. Let's bring the SBAR meeting of January 8th, 2021, and start with public comment.
Order.
Yes, to order. Thanks, Josh, for the assist. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome back. We're very excited to have you here today. We'll begin with public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda? If so, please raise your hand. I see 2 hands raised. Pamela and Natalie, if this is specific to a project, you can lower your hand. Otherwise, I'll give you an opportunity here with 2 minutes. Looks like Natalie, you're unmuted. So if you'd like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, go ahead and we'll give you 2 minutes. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, I'm having trouble with the video. I apologize. My name is Pamela Gruen, and I'm here to add input on item number 3, please.
Okay, so once we get to item number 3, you can raise your hand again and we will let you speak on that item.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. And Natalie, are you trying to speak? I don't know if you can hear us. We can't hear you. I'll promote you to a panelist and see if that works better. Just jumping around. So, give me a minute here, folks.
I'm on.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm Philip Tobolsky, and I'm architect for Natalie.
okay. And so we're here on public comment at the moment. Are you wanting to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, or you're here for an item later?
I'm here for an item. Thank you.
Okay, so then we're gonna move on here, folks. Any, nope. Sorry. Okay, sorry. So here we go. Item number 2, this is the elections for the chair and vice chair. Is there
Oh, no.
anyone that would like to make any nominations?
I'll nominate Josh to be chair.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a
Good.
twist. Okay, anybody else?
I'll nominate Chris as vice chair then.
I've already been there.
You already been there? All right.
Yeah, but it's really fun to do it again.
Chris
Nominate
needs a break. Chris, you want a break from that?
Well, I'd rather stick with chair, but
Oh, you would?
yeah.
Good, then I'll nominate Chris. I'll nominate Chris to be chair.
Okay, I'll second that.
I'll nominate myself to be vice chair again, though.
I'll nominate
I'll
you.
second that.
You're a hard one to read, Chris. I don't know if you're done, if you're over it or not. But apparently something rejuvenated for you over the new year. So
Maybe those few weeks off. Okay, so anyone else? No. I guess when we make a motion here, make a
Yeah.
motion to approve the nominations as Chris Gilliland chair, Josh Bloomer vice chair, which is the existing condition. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
tempting.
Congratulations and welcome to your new position.
Is that something? Do we have to do that every year?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that was something that got initiated at the beginning of the year. I got it.
Okay.
You really have to do this for a whole year, Chris.
Yeah. Well, this will be the year number 2. Very excited about it. Thank you. It's gonna be better this year. All right, item 3, SBAR checklist update. We received a memo from Planning and Development for submittal requirements for digital review of projects. This was for all the review boards. And Leah or Joe, how do you guys want me to read through this, or how is this to be presented? Please advise.
So I can jump in here if you'd like. Has everybody had a chance to look at the document, all the members?
The document is single page, yeah?
yeah.
Yeah, the single page, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm happy to walk through it, or if folks just want to go through with any questions, any comments, any additions, any concerns with what's on there. I'm happy to go through that with you guys and make revisions as necessary to make the Zoom process more effective.
I don't think we need to read through it per se, but if you can just let us know what is this given to all applicants so that they know what they're supposed to be doing, or how is it distributed?
So we had not previously added it to our website, but we're as soon as we're done with this review, we were going to add it to our website so that it's available and probably include it in the BAR application set itself. We've been handing it out at the counter as folks apply for BAR, so that's been the process.
I see. Okay, so then I guess I would just refer you to the lengthy email that I sent you several weeks ago, because it doesn't seem very exhaustive. I think there's more information in here that could be added, such as, I don't know offhand, but I don't see anything about grading plans when they're required. Sections. So I think it could, there could be a little bit more. And again, Joe, you and I talked about this, that some of what we're describing is on the sort of general requirement for submittals. So it's like, where's that line? This is basically just geared towards the Zoom aspect of things, right?
Correct. Yeah. So we didn't want to confuse the issue of what was normally required prior to everything transitioning to online review by the BAR. Still, grading plans and topo contours, those are still required when they were before. And so we have a set of instructions for site plans and topo maps. We also have the BAR application itself that provides what is due at what level of review at the BAR, whether it's conceptual, preliminary, and final.
Okay.
So we are in the process of going through and reviewing each and every application form on our website right now, and we're developing a whole new suite of application forms in general. So that's being updated to be to reflect our current process. Based on a more digital environment. So that will be updated as well.
Okay, so then I guess I would just suggest for this form where it says all digital submittals for BAR cases must meet the following criteria, you might add a caveat that says, refer to these forms for general application requirements and that sort of thing, just to cross-reference a little bit between these, so that somebody doesn't get this and say, oh, this is all they need, right?
Sure, that makes sense.
Okay. Anyone else input?
Yeah, I have a comment, Mr. Chair. I think when it says floor plan, maybe you can put a slash and says roof plan, because roof plans are really important for design.
Sure.
Right. And another thing, I'm not sure if it's clear or how it works out. Quite often, when we have problems with the submittals, is that they include a lot of extraneous information that we really don't need or want to see, like green code standards or Title 24 calculations. All this basically boilerplate stuff. And I know that it means something for plan checking, and maybe they should be included someplace else. But somehow, Joe, if there's a way to separate that information, like specifications, Title 24, that kind of stuff that is really not design oriented, it's not what we see. And I mentioned that because sometimes those files are enormous and slow down the process, and have nothing to do with us.
Okay. I think part of that, Alex, is before applicants have a planner, the box folder acts as the catch-all for all, correspondence. So that's why sometimes we see things that we don't need to, but it's sort of a storage bin until they have a planner. So Joe, maybe you can address that again. I don't know if there's another.
Yeah, I can address that. So the box folder that's used prior to an applicant having a planner, that is only for BAR. So if we want to tell them, hey, don't include Title 24, don't include green code information, then we can. And I think that may be helpful to guide folks away from including more information that would, like Alex says, slow down the download process. And I think we already include, the limitation on the file size and flattening PDFs, but it could be a step further that we could really say, please don't include this information.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, well, people include other things as well, planning applications and documents. Even today, I noticed in one of them, there was all kinds of different files included that planning might be interested in, but that has nothing to do with us.
Maybe the idea is that some files, maybe on the, it should say S-bar 1 plans, S-bar, I mean, like somehow it says S-bar, somehow.
Yeah, that it's distinctive to what SBAR cares about within the box file.
Something. Anyway, Joe gets the point. Okay. And is that it, Joe, then for the checklist update?
Yeah, that's everything so far. So this can be a living document as well. So as we go through, any feedback you guys have, like Valerie, the feedback you just gave about the files today, we'll just try to do better about policing it and figuring out how to organize the files that works better for everybody to make these hearings go faster. And I think that's really the end goal, is that we want to make these meetings efficient and get the information that the applicants really need and that the board needs, so that you can make your comments and get the projects through smoothly.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and make it real easy for the applicants to understand what it is they're supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah, that's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can now move on to the minutes from the last meeting, which was December 18th. In the meantime, anyone who is not an SBAR member, can you please mute your microphone until it's your turn to speak so that we reduce background noise, please? All right, so Josh, you want to bring up those minutes, please? I wonder if we could shorten this at all.
On item 3, I think items 1 and 2 are fine. I think there was something about on C, we're talking about trees on top of the hill. I think what we meant is that we want to make sure those trees are protected, right? Remember the project? There were some trees in there, and they were great, look great in the renderings, and we had a word of caution to make sure that those trees are protected.
Josh, slide down, please. 3.
There you go. 3C right there. Yeah, 3C. So some kind of wording that says that they said they were going to keep them. I just to remind them that they promised to keep them.
Yeah, they were going to keep
Existing trees should be removed.
adding trees as well. So
yeah.
So I could create 2 sentences and just say trees on top of hill are important and should be protected, period. Then start a new sentence that the board supports adding more trees.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Back to the consent item, it references with comments as noted, but there's no comments.
Josh,
Consent item.
back up to the consent item, I think.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't speak up quickly enough, but is that just referencing the comments from previous?
With comments.
That may be a carryover. Were there any comments on the consent item?
I think there were.
I thought there were. Yeah, I didn't write them down myself, unfortunately. Do you remember, Alex?
I'm blank. I cannot remember the project.
I'm having the same problem.
It was last year.
Yeah.
A lot's happened.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, I was watching TV and I could not stop watching, and all my memory bank went flat.
I believe this was the one where the applicant wasn't present when we first reviewed it, and then they came back and answered some questions
Right.
later in
Yeah.
the meeting.
Oh,
I think they clarified my questions. I just can't remember if there were any architectural comments.
Yeah. Maybe Joe, can you check back on that? And we can always revisit this closer to approving the minutes.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So let's go back then, Josh, to item 4, I think. Or are we still on 3?
That's fine. 3 is fine.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the only comments on 3? It seems like we talked a lot about that one.
well, remember they had gone to a lot of effort to reduce all their retaining walls and their grading. They'd been working really carefully with planning and had pushed the house back
Yeah.
and decreased the amount of walls. So it seemed pretty carefully redesigned.
Yeah.
So number 4 then. Los Padres. Item 6A, restudy fenestration and ensure consistent what throughout structure? Detailing?
Or consistency.
Yeah,
I think I meant consistency on this one.
okay. Central north elevation.
Yeah. I think I had a very hard time with this application. I just thought that the concept, the overall concept of the roof pitch
Was flawed.
absolutely weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that should be the first item really, because it's sort of the dominating aspect of that project. So maybe,
Item
So how about
C.
a little bit stronger, like say, different roof pitches do not work well. Start like that, and then
Yeah.
redesign.
and then
Okay.
it should be consistent throughout.
Yeah, like sometimes you can have a different roof pitch somewhere, but in this case, it was just so awkward, so really unacceptable.
So Joe, that can also be, that should be A. C should go to A and be reworded per Alex's.
Right. Got that. So it's moved up to A, and then I just said different roof pitches do not work well.
Then you could say pitch should be consistent throughout.
Correct. Yeah, I have that as well.
And in the D, which is the
Yeah, what does lighten up the patio
yeah,
mean?
well, what happens is instead of having like a regular porch roof, they have I think Ms. Taylor decided to do some kind of a gable sticking out, and they made a whole element out there that just seemed unnecessary and bulky. I'm not sure how to say that. Study cover back porch integrate okay. Not materials is restudy design or simplify design. How about that? The second sentence.
Yeah.
Simplify design, just like that.
Okay, so simplified design would replace consider materials that would lighten up the patio.
Correct.
You want to say simplify
good.
to help lighten up the mass?
This is to basically simplify, because it was just complicated and awkward. I'm not sure how to say that.
Could you say consider lighter materials or consider lighter material detailing? Because everything was very bulky and big and heavy for something that should be more garden-like or.
Mhm. Well,
So
okay, so the third sentence, reconsider use of materials for the porch, for the back porch.
Yeah,
You could say, and also as presented, design appears heavy and, bulky. So we're at least giving her some indication of where the thoughts are coming from.
But it was the ridiculous roof pitch, and that was like the main thing, If that is fixed, the rest is secondary.
Okay. All right. Anything else for 6? Number 7, number 8. Gosh.
Okay, so with that, can I make a motion to approve the minutes, or should we wait for the comment on the
Right.
on the consent?
Joe, you still looking, or should we come back to this?
So the only way that I'm going to be able to find any comment would be reviewing the tape, the recording. So that could be a while, and I won't be able to do it while I'm monitoring this hearing. So I leave it up to the chair what he would like to do. I don't know if you guys want to look if action was taken on the project.
Yeah, I don't
My
want to
recollection was that, right. So my recollection was that they had returned and that satisfied the
so
comments, but
say that we can approve pending verification of any comments that were included, but the motion carries.
Okay, so this one now I'm reading the item, and it was for final approval, right? But then we said that this was granting preliminary approval. I'm a little bit confused there.
Can you
That's
go
what
back?
I'm thinking about. What action did we take? Because it's saying that they come back to final now on consent. I think that might have been left over and we did grant.
yeah, I think that's left over.
right. It was final approval.
Yeah,
It was final approval?
I think
It was
so.
final approval. Yeah.
Do applicants usually come to consent for preliminary approval? It seems like it would have
No,
only been.
that's unusual.
Josh,
Yeah,
can you back up for that item, please?
And remember, it was Craig Schallenberger that was the
So,
applicant that
C1.
was presenting.
Let's see. Yeah, that one right there.
It says for final approval. To
And
grant,
then
at the bottom it says to grant preliminary approval.
Yeah.
And with comments as noted, and so
I think that's old.
maybe there were no comments at
Yeah.
all.
I-
So,
I'm thinking it was no comments and that this was a carryover from from when it was granted preliminary approval.
Okay, well then I think I'll tell you what, let's just make the change. We'll grant final approval, and then next meeting, if there were comments, Joe, we can reopen it and just add those in.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So go ahead, Alex, and make a motion.
okay, all right, I'll make the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second.
Okay, and then just to clarify, the action for C1 was for final approval, not preliminary approval. And then, so all those in favor, say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on, item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings. Anyone have anything to share today? Show and tell.
Well, I talked to somebody who had applied for the SBAR position, and maybe it may not happen. And this is somebody who was retiring from the city's SFDB board, the Single Family Design Board, and apparently it was leaving and was ready to apply to this board, but apparently it was a vacancy, and they need this gentleman to remain on that board. So it's so basically I continue to fail. I have not accomplished the job to find a replacement. So that's where we are.
Okay, well, back to square one. I ran into someone, an architect, who on the street last week, and he was asked to, to join when we first started looking for someone. And apparently he's still interested. And he said he got an application, but maybe just didn't follow through. But everything's been crazy this year. So maybe what I'll do is get back in touch with him and see if he's still interested. But beyond that, if anyone out there is listening, we need another board member, architect or landscape architect, to join the board. And it's, the benefits are just amazing. So
They're huge. Yeah, huge.
Big money, big opportunities. All right. Anything else, board members? Nope. Okay, moving on. Staff update. This is item 5. Joe?
I don't have anything else to add today.
Okay. So then we have our consent agenda, which we didn't have today, so we can move past that. Right on to item number 1, which is an item I need to step down for. So Josh will take over as chair for this item, and I will be reduced to an attendee. Right, Leah?
Yeah.
All right, why don't you open up discussion on item 1? If the applicants, or do we have the applicants with us?
Yes, we're here.
All right, please state your name for the record.
I'm Mary Doctorman, representing Thompson Housing, the applicant for the Patterson Point project.
Okay, and we're here to consider a conceptual review of a new multifamily residential project, 24 studio units, 1 community room, a kitchen, 2 guest rooms, and 1 laundry room, approximately 12,704 square feet total. You have a trash enclosure, outdoor seating area, bike racks or bike lockers, sorry. This is currently a vacant lot, and we're looking at about 1,695 cubic yards of cut, 486 cubic yards of fill, and about 1,209 cubic yards of export, a little over a half acre, zone C2. So pull up your drawings here. Now let's see, Chris, you kind of screwed me up because I downloaded these now. I'm not good at figuring this out.
I was wondering if we could do a screen share to start out with. Oh, okay.
Sure. If you, we have your presentation documents here. It's conceptual, so if you guys want to take over and drive, it's totally acceptable. Just make that request, and we'll give you control of the screen, share your screen.
Okay, great. Yes, that's exactly what. Well, not that one. The DMHA is drawings for the ones.
Sorry for the interruption.
There we go.
Will it
There we go.
like to share their screen, or is it somebody else on your team that would like to? Because I have to give the permission to that specific person.
Well, actually, Leah, you've got it right. This is what I wanted to start with.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And in fact, maybe you could even just go down to the next view of this project. There's a rendering. Yeah, keep going. And just to remind you of this project, I think you'll know it better when you see the rendering. There we go.
Can you kind of start, for those of us who haven't seen this, can you just start by getting us organized where we are on the planet? Just start from the macro and zoom in a little bit, like what streets, what resources are nearby, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. My apologies. I thought you probably were all familiar with this project. This is on the corner of Patterson Avenue, north of the US 101, right at the off-ramp. So you'll think, oh, when you get off the freeway, there's a mini storage unit on your right. Yep. But before that is vacant land. You're heading north toward the foothills. This is that parcel.
So I think Alex and I recall this project, and I know Kaylee, this is probably new for you. So
No,
ask as many questions as you want, Kaylee, today, if you want to get more oriented about this.
Okay.
All right. So you can see in the bottom of the screen there was the off ramp, and that takes you around the corner. And about a year ago, a little over a year ago, this project was an office project on this property, and it looks like what you've got before you. It was approved by SBAR after several hearings, but it was denied in the political realm at the Board of Supervisors on Appeal. And but the project made it through Planning Department approval and Public Works and all the various departments that reviewed it. It made it through SBAR. So when the project was denied, we looked at the minutes and found that the Board of Supervisors and the neighbors all thought that residential was a good use for this project and that office was probably too intense. So since all we do is develop affordable housing, we jumped at the opportunity to be able to house some folks from the community here. So, but we said, why fix something that isn't broken? What worked was the building and the layout and basically the design of the project. So we said, let's keep the location of the building, let's keep the parking, let's keep the landscaping. If you want to show some of those upper the screen number 1 and 2, we'll show the landscape. How about screen 2, Leah?
It's actually me, Josh. You want me to go to the next page?
Yeah, I'd go up a page actually. There you go. There you go. And so you see that we've pulled the building, or they pulled the building as far away from the freeway and from Patterson as possible. Since the use surrounding us is all mini storage, when you see those outlines of existing structures around us, those are mini storage units. And then across the street, you can see the outline of a building there, and that is also mini storage. And then to the south of us is freeway, and then railroad track, and then multifamily residential across the freeway to the south. So just to get you an idea. And then further north past the mini storage is single family residential. And then if you were to go up to the Kyriel intersection there, a couple 100 feet north of us, you'd find the new fire station down Kyriel. So that's to kind of give you an idea. But anyway, back to this site, you see that we have an abundance of Caltrans right-of-way adjacent to the property, both on the west side and the south side. And it's shown there landscaped, but if you follow the blue hashed line, that's the actual property line.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm showing you the former plans, again, just to remind you of what you looked at on this property before. And then I'm going to ask Josh to show us the 3-story building that you had next. Okay, that's the current project. It was the other folder that was submitted. Let's
3-story initial project
top,
design.
yeah, the very top file. There you go. So when we got an opportunity to look at developing this property as an affordable housing advocate and affordable housing developer, my thought was, wow, what an opportunity in the South County, a vacant parcel, amazing. How many people can we house here? That's how I approached this. This was my first idea for the project, and other people in the advocacy position as well. we looked at doing something more intense. And you can see that using the same footprint that you can do a 35-foot high 3-story building and meet the objective standards of the development code. But it's denser, it's more tight. The parking was going to be inadequate. We would have to find a population that didn't drive. It was going to be more complicated. We thought what was needed here with all the jobs base around here. We've got Cottage, we've got Maravilla, we've got the Calle Real commercial businesses with a lot of people in the low income housing bracket. We thought that's the use that we need here. Just low income housing units to get people housed to work in the area. So we took off a floor and we can now go to our regular project plans. Back to the other file, Josh. So yeah, leaving the 3 stories and going down. There we go. Oh, yes, that's it. So if you don't mind, if the commission would allow me about 3 minutes to talk about this project from a conceptual review and how it is different than a typical housing project. Would it be okay if I walked you through the streamlining issue around this project?
That's fine. Please continue.
Okay. So
Presentation.
yeah, this project is different in other projects that you've seen, that it's not going to take the typical entitlement improvement path. It is a project that qualifies under a new state housing law to expedite affordable housing. It's called SB 35. It passed about 3 years ago, and this is the first project in the county that's processing under this new law. And what it does is it takes it into it streamlines the process. There is limited review period, and it also limits it to objective review. And that means limiting it to the standards that are in place for development. Typically, you've got your height, you've got your setback, you've got your parking quotas. Those types of things have to be met absolutely objectively. But things that are more subjective, like is it compatible? Does it fit in with the community? Those types of less tangible issues are not to be considered with this project. So as a part of that, it was not required to go through the design review process, because that is largely a subjective process, particularly in the county. If you look at the findings that have to be made to approve a project through the preliminary approval level, they're subjective. But on the other hand, we welcome the SBAR's comments. We feel all of our projects are better projects for having gone through the design review process. So we're here today voluntarily. We're going to have our architect present the details of the project here in a second. And we also welcome comments from the neighbors. Just so you know, we've had 3 Zoom meetings with the neighbors through the month of November. And we looked at the project as a whole, we looked at the architecture and design, and then we had an entire meeting on traffic.
Sorry to interrupt. My earphones cut out and I had to change them, and you were kind of summarizing your point. It sounded quite important. So could you just repeat that last, just step back a few inches in it didn't quite land for me, that last point you were making, kind of summarizing what you were talking about before you kind of cut over. Could you say that one more time, please?
About the SB 35 processing?
Yeah, you were kind of summarizing that, and I lost audio for like about a half a minute. So.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked me to back up then. Yeah, it's an important nugget of this, and it's going to help you understand projects in the future, because this won't be the only project that comes to you through one of the various, there's about 4 new state laws that help affordable housing to try and end the housing crisis, or at least stem it. And so this particular law that we're processing under SB 35 is going to allow it to be streamlined so that the staff has a limited review time to review this project. And also the criteria which you're going to approve or disapprove this project has to be based on objective criteria. And so it happens at the planning level. It doesn't happen in the political realm. And we were not required to go to design review. It is a choice that we're here today because a design review is largely objective. And but we're welcoming your comments, and we actually believe in the process. So we are participating voluntarily. I just wanted to make that clear. And yeah, just that affordable housing tends to end up in the political realm, and it tends to be either diluted or denied. And that's just the way it's been going for too many years. And that's why one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons we find ourselves in what's being called a housing crisis in California is it's too.
Yeah, I think just to get back to the presentation, let's be careful not to get into.
Okay, not too preachy.
Discourse here, but
yeah.
I think most
but
of
I'm
us
saying
agree.
what we are doing with this law is that it's taking it out of the political realm.
So
okay.
Just a quick pause here. Do we have the planner for this particular project here today with us?
I think Sean is, yeah.
Yep,
Sean,
I'm here.
Sean, can you just quickly, before we cut over to their architect and have their presentation, just to kind of set the lens for this, can you kind of give us a bit of guidance on how planning staff would like us to, sounds like we have this agendized as a conceptual review. Are we only going to see this once? Do we just make comments and move on? Or are you looking for us to take this forward beyond this and make a motion at some point? Can you just kind of give us context for how you want us to conduct this and what you need from us? So it's a bit of
yeah, happy to clarify. As the applicant mentioned, SBAR is not required. So they're here today for conceptual review, and we'll be looking for comments primarily related to objective design standards. And while you, may include additional comments related to other type of subjective aesthetic concerns, the applicant would not be required to comply with those. And given that SBAR is not required, we're not anticipating that the applicant return for further review unless they choose to. So today we would just welcome you to provide conceptual comments and really hopefully apply those through the lens of considering objective related design standards.
So just for everybody's benefit, Sean, can you please clarify what objective design standards are and how, I just add some clarity to that, because that's not something the general public has, an expertise on. And I would say some board members, including myself, we don't really generally show up to these meetings trying to bifurcate between subjective and objective design standards. We just, create some definition there.
Certainly. So at a very straightforward level, an objective design standard would be something like a setback requirement, where it's clearly defined what the requirement is, such as, furthermore, like a height requirement.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, just meeting the letter of the zoning ordinances in the building code is what you're saying, right? Just for clarity.
That's correct.
Yeah, and then
Could I interject?
One moment, please. The subjective opinion would be, I don't like the color of the wood siding. I think, that's more subjective, but the fire rating of the wood siding would be more objective or appropriateness. The comment is, well, anyway, I'm just trying to make that delineation before we launch into this. I suspect that nobody on the board is too confused about that. I just want to check in. Is anybody unclear about what we're actually about to do here?
Yeah, I'd like to say something, Mr. Chair. I was involved in the city's discussion of objective design standards. The city of Santa Barbara is in the process of adopting those standards, and they can use them. I don't think that the county has even started the process. Like for instance, it's very contentious. The city is considering standards for the whole city to be the same standards that apply to El Pueblo Viejo Historic District, and that is a hot political potato. But so there is a set of things like a checklist. I don't believe that the county has a checklist in place, or maybe not even want to have a checklist in place. For instance, there are guidelines for the Eastern Goleta Valley kind of area, which talks about some agricultural theme or something like that. Those could be codified on an objective design standard, but they have not already. So, so like I think we're confusing zoning standards, which are really objective, and design standards that, unless they are defined, they are not.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's the difference.
Right. And I guess for reference, Sean, the defined standards other than the general plan or zoning standards that apply where this property address is there, do we have any overlays or other design standards we should be aware of that are documented?
Other than the zoning ordinance, we would look to the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan for policies that, include words like, such as shall versus something like should that infers more of a subjective rather than objective requirement.
Okay. Well, I think that's enough pretext for this. I'd like to keep this moving here. There's a lot to talk about, but I think that's sufficient for what we have to do today. So if the architect would, in a moment, make their presentation, and I think, to help us, since you had more time to study this than we have, maybe as you make your presentation, be cognizant of what we just discussed and help guide the conversation so that we understand, there's lots of design standards. Some may apply to this and some don't. So, help kind of, I would say, it's be advisable to make your presentation accordingly so we can kind of stay on track and help us focus. If you had any ma'am, did you have another comment you want to make before we move to the next presenter?
Well, I did, and I hate to interrupt. I just, I wanted to clarify, we are here today to hear your opinion on the building, subjective opinions. While we don't have to take those into consideration, we are definitely here asking for your thought on the use of siding, on colors, on the design, on the articulations, on the entrance, signage, no, we are here for your.
No, look, I believe you made that point really clear. I don't think there's going to be any problem with that. I wanted to make sure there was proper context and understanding for, how this is going to go. Sometimes, usually we see a conceptual project and it comes back several times. That's not going to be the case. So, it's just a very different review. And I think I just want to make sure the board has a sufficient context and understanding of what we're doing so that we can whip through this. So, in the interest of time, I'm just going to, urge that we move forward here and get our presentation off the ground here. But thank you. It's all valuable information.
Okay, I'm Gordon Brewer, architect with RRM Design Group. And I guess you've been seeing that rendering for a while. You can see that we've kind of returned to the two-story version and the kind of the language and the palette and the vernacular. I'd call it maybe farm town vernacular. It was previously approved. The major materials are The board and bat siding is actually cement fiber with the warm tones. A brown coat plaster, kind of rustic little plinth along here in the center part of the building, and some metal canopies, and a standing seam roof with a low pitched roofs with a little asymmetry to give us a little more western exposure. So we have some solar panels that are clipped onto the standing seam. And if you look in the right hand side, the corner, you can see the kind of a corner of a little shelter. It's almost like a cave. It's a sound wall protecting the noise from the freeway, and it has some solar panels above it. We want to maybe show the second slide now. We'll show the kind of the context. There you can see the context right by the freeway in Patterson. Yeah, they're pretty self-explanatory where they're from. It's a vacant lot. Yeah, next slide is the topography. The next slide kind of shows the footprint, which is really almost exactly identical to the two-story version, the commercial building that Mary talked about before. And we decided to stick with that for obvious reasons. All the parking and the fire truck turnarounds and those issues had all been vetted, and so we stayed with that. There's a landscape palette that'll be drought tolerant, Mediterranean, and with bioswale capabilities where appropriate. One of the big challenges was on this very tight site was to provide some open space, and to that end, in the lower right corner, you can see in plan view that little cave. I guess we have a sound wall there with the solar voltaic roof over it, sheltering there. And a lot of times I found in my experience, when you do a sound wall, the quietest place is right immediately behind the sound wall before the sound has a chance to kind of look around. So that's kind of going to be a nice little retreat in there. Then we have another open area as far away from the freeway as possible on the north end that'll be sheltered. A good percentage of it be sheltered by the mass of the building itself. So that, and as far as compliance, we comply with all the setback standards and height standards for this zone. The plans, it's going to be a modular building with the units, the studio units will be double long and be trailered in and craned in probably, and then we just have some low pitched roof trusses to go over them. Yeah, you can see the very compact studio plans that can be very livable. We'll move to the elevation.
13 by 29. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see that we tried to have a little animation in the roof lines, which was kind of reflects the spirit of that commercial project that was previously approved. The stairways off for a little bit of kind of regression at both ends.
Gordon, I'll save that for questions. I got it. Sorry.
Okay. Again, there's a little bit of playfulness on the ends offered by the stairways, but otherwise it's a very simple, almost agrarian style building with the modular components. Yeah, you can keep moving down. Yeah, there's the other two elevation. You can see the asymmetry on the low pitch roof side to give us, again, a little more western exposure so we can have some more photovoltaic area available. Next slide. Just the simple sections. And then, yeah, the color palette, you can see the trash enclosures with a little photovoltaics above them. And again, there's the rendering with the material callouts. Some bike storage lockers.
Engineering drawing.
Yeah, I think the rest are pretty much engineering.
We got a full landscape plan here, and
yeah,
I think one thing is, your landscape architect's not here today, but I do recall there's a lot of discussion about this boundary along the freeway exit and how that was being treated. Understanding Caltrans property landscape areas. So I think Alex and Valerie and I are probably pretty familiar with this from the previous application, but Kaylee, you might have a question or two about how this is kind of a significant boundary of landscape opportunity that is somewhat governed by Caltrans, and what the applicant can and can't do here is a little bit limited. Maybe Gordon, you want to speak just briefly about how you guys are handling that. But I think as you wrap around Patterson, you guys have a little bit more control for screening and kind of maintenance and landscape.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out of my element, but I can say that we've had, the discussions with Caltrans and have, trying to make our proposal comply with all of their various requirements. And I'm not that familiar, to be honest with you, with the botanical and the horticultural names of the plants, but I know that they're all drought tolerant and sympathetic to the Goleta area and the Mediterranean climate, basically, and drought tolerant.
So it looks like we have, like in the bottom left corner here, existing dense shrubs to remain, existing eucalyptus tree to remain, existing deciduous tree to remain, and then dense shrubs to remain. And then we've got some foxes, some ash trees that are being removed, and then everything else is really being added by the applicant, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Okay.
You go through a separate review with Caltrans to get like the plant palette approved and everything. So we just look at filling in the screening.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we have to have it approved by Caltrans, as far as I know. Mary can jump in there if she has any more information on that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to bring it back to the board for any questions. I'll just start, just a clarification. I was trying to understand how this works. I believe from just looking at this, the primary entrance for the residents, other than the, what would that be, the southeast corner, is a stairway, but the other, that central spine here that I'm kind of mousing over, those doors on the
You froze, Josh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you're back.
Now I can. You're back now.
I got a message that says my internet is unstable. All right. I was just clarifying that the tenant access is down this central spine and accessed on either end of the building, and then you've got a community room with access to at the front. And then do any of the studios on the ground floor have exterior access? That was my question.
No, they don't.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board?
What's the ceiling height in the downstairs units? And are the upstairs, it looks like in the section, their volume?
That's probably not correct. There should be a truss cord in there.
Look at this transverse section, Valerie. It shows it.
Yeah. I believe the ceiling heights are 9 feet, but if we can scroll over, we can read the.
So the downstairs is 9 feet and the,
I believe
upstairs. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
This is Kyle Murray with RM. The ceiling height for the lower floor is at 9 feet above finished floor. And then we were planning on doing vaulted ceilings to give a little bit more volume to the units on the second floor.
Okay, good. Okay.
Very good. All right. I believe that concludes questions. So we'll move to public comment. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item today?
Like to speak on this item.
Sorry, can you say that again? It didn't come through very clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Christine Reynolds Mohammed, and I live directly behind this project site and have lived here for about 48 years. My mother had this, and I grew up here in this neighborhood. There was an AM/PM on that corner when I grew up, and then it has been nothing since that closed a number of years ago. I strongly oppose this new project. I was in favor of the previous office building project as one of the conditions that there was no windows facing the residential units, and that it was basically for used to be office hours. I don't agree with this project at all. This is actually the first I've heard of this project. So when I believe it was Mary said she had talked to the neighbors, or somebody had talked to neighbors, I have never been spoken to, and either has my neighbor, who is actually directly behind the corner, Renata Quebec, has never been spoken to. I would like to find out how to further oppose this project if it doesn't go to the political round. It creates this traffic, this corner. I hear traffic accidents at least once or twice a week on this corner. And even with foot traffic, it is a very dangerous corner. And as far as I have children here, I have 4 children, and I do not want anybody looking into my yard. I have my kids out playing. Renata Quebec has a pool next door. And as far as low cost housing, the type of people, I mean, I'm all for low cost housing, but I've been in areas before where this, and it has created more crime and more problems with the community. And because you can't structure on who gets approved to live there and not. I have my son has extreme asthma, and if there's any smoking in the outside common area, that would directly filter into my yard and my open windows. And so that would create a health problem for him. And like I said, I'd like to further expand my opportunity. I know the neighbors had talked yesterday, and some of us have had problems trying to link onto the Zoom and register, but I know everybody is on my street who directly is impacted by this project is opposed to this project.
Very good. Any other testimony? Okay, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Do we have any other members of the public who would like to speak on this item today? Okay, I see a letter from David Raphael, Ravid Raphael. And all the board members here have had a chance to have access to this and read this, so I'm not going to put this into the public comment, but it's here for anybody who wants to reference it. So bring it back to the board for comments. I'm going to forego any rebuttals from the applicant because there was. For the interest of time, and I don't think there's any good reason to. So why don't we start with just general comments from the board, and then we move on. Valerie. Sorry to take you by surprise.
Oh, no, that's okay. I didn't realize I was muted. I had one other question. I saw in one of the letters that there were just a discussion about the amount of grading and the fact that the project's being sunken. Is that correct? Is the finished floor being lowered from what the existing grade is? And
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Well, my initial comments are that I think it's a clean design and is accommodating a lot of housing in a pretty constrained space. I think with good landscaping, it makes sense to me that the building is set back from all the roads and that the parking can be screened from the view of all the traffic because of landscaping. So I think it's well designed. That's my comment.
Alex, excuse me, Alex, do you have any comments in addition to or different from?
I'm very impressed by the quality of the design. I think it's well done. It follows more or less well, it benefited from the previous the review of the previous project in terms of location, landscaping, and involving all the practical site considerations. I like the simplicity of the design. I'm thinking, well, what could I suggest to what would be my suggestion to make this design perhaps a little bit better? And I have two things for the architect to consider. Maybe the size of the overhangs is a little bit shy of considering the scale of the building. It looks like 2-3 feet. It could be much larger. I'm not sure. I mean, it depends of site considerations, but it does seem that longer eaves might make the project, more appealing.
Watch it now.
I didn't mean appealable, not appealing.
It's already been appealable.
I agree with that.
Maybe I understand they had this design feature on top of the windows to do that, and well, anyway, that's one thing. The other thing is I'm not sure the real elevation, how visible it is. I really, so it does seem like the center portion, the one that has the vertical siding, maybe something could be done with the windows there, or somehow like it seems like all the windows line up horizontally, and it just seems like the center portion could have maybe taller windows. I don't know. Again, it's a minor thing considering that I'm not sure how visible that side is. The third thing, and I really don't know about this, so it's just a suggestion. I'm not sure if it's possible to recess the windows, the openings. I'm not sure what the details are. These are metal siding, and there are issues there as to how do you recess the windows, but it will embellish the building. Just to give it a couple of inches, it will create some more shadows. Other than that, I think it's very well done, and I congratulate the team for this design. Thank you.
Very good. John Vertiak, are you with us?
Yeah. I generally agree. I think it's well done. I think that looking at this perspective, the corrugated metal relief is important. It's nice, and in raising the roof also breaks up the scale, which is important. However, the windows are all the same size, and that the distance between the head and the roof becomes a little awkward. I mean, I would suggest that you think maybe the windows that occur in the corrugated metal be raised a little higher so that the scale of it is more appropriate. Anyway, that would be my suggestion. I think also it's it's a tough project, and you've done the best you could to put some texture and relief in it, and I think it works. I think it works well.
All right, very good. My comments are, I think it's I don't want to get into any politics here today, but I think it's a highly responsible project socially, and I think it's a good use of the site. On the architectural side, these micro units are kind of a nice idea economically, and they really do work. And I've done a project or two that kind of follows the same pattern. And I think one of the things that's important, if you can do it, is to try and create some access to the outdoor areas of the site for the tenants. And that's going to be an extremely limited affair on a project like this. But I guess my main question or suggestion would be to look at, potentially doing some kind of I would encourage you to think about maybe a sliding glass door with a very modest pop out balcony, kind of Juliet balcony, and it gives the tenant an ability to kind of open up to the outdoors. I know it's they're looking out to a busy street, but there's also a nice sunset beyond, and that can make those little rooms feel a little bit more connected to the outdoors. And we have a climate that would be absolutely appropriate for that here. And I think there could be something similar down at the ground level in terms of a screening of some sort along here, and utilize that. I don't really buy that sidewalk in front of there is really necessary. I'd rather give that to your tenant if you can in some way, if that's possible. And I think looking at the back, just being practical about this, looking at what kind of space you have for this, it's probably, maybe this is something that only can get done on the second floor, but certainly in the back area, some partitioning of the area in the setback might be given to the tenants. It might just be in the form of creating some small dividers between the different units so that when they open up their back window, they have some access to that kind of planted area back there. I think I just think it's possible to do that here. It's going to take some thinking, but and I think it actually might improve the exterior look of this building and bring it to a more residential scale. It feels a little bit, from a material standpoint, massing the way it reads as a building, it kind of reminds me of something like a condominium in Mammoth Lakes. Like it doesn't really jump off the page to me as a project that's 5 minutes from the Pacific Ocean in a pastoral kind of California coastline setting. Just doesn't read that way. It reads to me like a Mammoth ski in, ski out condo. So I don't know if that's the materiality. It's been, it might be that brown board and bat, but I think, just anything you can do to bring in a more of a residential appeal to this, I think would help. And maybe giving each one of the tenants some kind of a Juliet balcony or kind of like a small little, couple feet of outdoor space adjacent to their units. And the other thing I worry about is just the exposure of the ground floor units. They're kind of exposed. I mean, I would just, if you don't take on the idea that I'm promoting of creating a sliding glass door there, creating some space, I would consider screening that a little bit and maybe somehow blocking and creating some separation between the parking lot and the public thoroughfare and these ground floor units facing out there. They just feel somewhat exposed and a little bit vulnerable. And I don't think that's a psychologically good kind of design for a residential setting, especially for single occupant tenants who are kind of already alone in their habitation. It just seems kind of, I don't know, a little bit off the mark. So those are my comments. Other than that, I think, materially, I think, again, I feel like it's a little bit, it just needs to find a more of a residential kind of detailing or feel to it. It just doesn't, I don't see it yet. I'm not sure what that would be, but anyway, those are my comments. Any other, I think that's it.
I didn't say mine yet, but I was just going to reiterate.
Oh, sorry, Kaylee. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah. I had the same comment as Alex about creating relief with the windows a little bit. That elevation just feels flat, which I realize there's limitations with the prefab modules. But I think that's a really good point you made, Josh, on screening the lower level, whether it's a low site wall, but having that public sidewalk right in front of the pretty large windows for the unit size feels very exposed. Also, these units are, I imagine the population occupying these units will be using the bike storage quite a bit. And this road is really quite scary to bike on. I've biked on it personally. And so just, I wasn't involved in the traffic studies, but just making sure those improvements are, I guess, being proposed for safe, at least entrance onto Patterson Avenue. I realize they've put the sidewalk cut as far north as they can. But just making sure that entrance is as safe from the biking perspective as possible.
All right, good. I think that wraps up the comments. We really don't have any further business here today. Thanks to the applicant for their courtesy bringing this forward, and the public comment from the neighbors and the neighbor participating today. I think we'll close this item and move on to item 2 on our agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Josh, before you guys move on, can I just make a quick announcement for any members of the public still listening? Just reminding them that I'm the project planner for this. And if they want to voice additional concerns or comments about the project, those can be directed to myself. And you can find my contact available on the P&D website. And my name's Sean Stewart. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sean. I'm going to concede the microphone back to Chris Gillen. Are you back with us, Chris? Can someone tap him on the shoulder and let him know we're back to item 2?
All right, give me a sec. I'll get him back. Oh, here we go.
All right. Well, while Chris is getting online here, I'm going to open up item 2. Do we have our applicants available here from item 2?
Yes, I'm Philip Tobolski, and I'm the architect and applicant for Natalie.
Okay, very good.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi, Chris.
Thank you. Okay, Philip, let's see. Let me just read this real quick. So this is the Athene LLC addition. This is for a conceptual review of a 631 square foot addition to the single family dwelling. There are existing structures on the site. It's a 5.13 acre site at 330 Asegra Road in Summerlin. So Philip, whenever you're ready, go ahead and make your presentation.
Okay. You have the items that were turned in?
Yes, I think, is this representing the site right now? What's being shown?
That's just an overall view of the site, but
Okay.
You have the drawings for the project?
Yeah, so just tell Josh what you want to open up, which file, which pages you want to be on. It looks like plans conceptual, Josh. 112520 in the folder. There you go.
Great. We can just open up the first sheet. So this is a site plan. There's a main house on the project. There's a guest house and there's a freestanding garage. The project has an exterior trellised courtyard in the U shape where the dark poche area is, and the owners wish to enclose that. So we can go to the next sheet. This is the existing residence as it is right now. You can see it's a kind of a U-shaped courtyard. The main living area is in the center, and there's French doors that go out to this trellised courtyard. Next sheet. So there's a series of doors that they want to include on this, so that they have the flexibility that they can open up the living room to this covered terrace, and then open up the terrace to the exterior, because there's a tremendous view to the ocean. And again, there's two sets of doors that are there that are intended to give flexibility for the owner on how they want to use the space. Next sheet. That's just a roof plan. We're planning to fill in the area with a flat roof, but then it has a large lantern that is on the top to let in light and ventilation. And then there's a trellis that protrudes out towards the front, because that is facing south, and it will help to screen the opening a little bit. And then the next sheet. So this is what again, on the top picture, you can see where we're infilling on the rear elevation. The two wings of the house are prominent, and then the center is the new addition. There's a section on the next section AA, which shows the pop-up in the center. So again, that lets in extra light and ventilation. And then there's another cross section which shows its relationship to the living room, which we are going to make a volume ceiling. So you'll have the volume ceiling in the living room. You'll then have that set of glass doors. Then you'll have the pop-up and the covered terrace room, and then more doors out to the view and to the garden. And then the next sheet is, this is just a reflected ceiling plan. So there's a series of beams that are going to be applied to the living room ceiling, and those will continue out to kind of tie the two rooms together, but still keep them a little separate.
Okay.
There was a photo and rendering sheet that was submitted a little bit later, and I don't see it as part of the set. But if I do something like this, this kind of gives you an idea of how that room kind of connects the dots between the two wings of the house. And that's the site, and that's kind of currently what we have on the project now. So it's really following the same footprint and infilling that the open courtyard.
Philip, if you have that as a PDF or something, you can share your screen so we can see it larger, because you're a very small thumbnail on.
Yeah, I understand. I don't have that right now.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think we get the idea. That's very minor project, so I think we can just move rather quickly here. And if there's nothing else from you, we can move to the board for questions. Anyone?
Yeah,
shut up?
No, I'm good. That's the concept.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
No.
No.
Questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no one, we can bring it back to the board for comments. Does anyone have comments?
I'd like to continue this to the consent calendar for preliminary and final.
Okay, any objections, additional comments?
Well, I agree.
I'd like to say, I think the trellis should be extended farther out to break up the, to give more depth to the elevation. I mean, once you fill in the courtyard, then you have one plane going across the entire front. I think if the trellis is a good idea, and if it were extended farther out, it would give relief to the elevation.
It's planned now to be about 5 feet out, and we're trying to do it as a cantilever, so I can certainly check into that.
Okay. I think that's a good comment, and my comment is I think it's a nice project. I like the sort of adaptability of the space, and I think it'll be a really nice room or series of rooms.
Yes, I know. I think it can be opened or closed.
Yeah, it's good flexibility. Anyone else comments? Otherwise, I think what Alex said earlier stands. I think we'll see you back on consent when you're ready, and bring that rendering to the next.
I can turn all that in. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you for your help. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we can move on then to item number 3. This is 2250 Ortega Ranch Road, LLC pool.
Sorry, I need to recuse myself from this one, Chris.
Okay.
Or step down from it.
We still have a quorum, so we'll continue. This is for conceptual review of a new 525 square foot pool and 187 square foot pergola. There is a residence, garage, and detached guest house currently on the parcel, which is 4.73 acres, and it's located at 2250 Ortega Ranch Road in Santa Barbara area. So do we have the applicant here with us today?
Yes, this is Megan Hart from Becker Studios, and then Derek Eichelberger from Arcadia Studios should also be on the line here, and he will be presenting the landscape drawings for this project.
Okay, very good. So whenever you're ready, have at it.
Okay, very good. So presenting 2250 Ortega Ranch Road today. This property is within the Ortega Ranch Road Homeowners Association, just kind of up the bluffs in Summerlin off of Ortega Ridge. The scope of work is fairly minor. If you want to just go to the architectural proposed site plan sheet. Scope of work entails a new pool, just standard pool nestled in the backyard area. Currently, it's just a grassy lawn area. We are demoing an existing spa in the area. And then I'll wait till we get to the site plan up here. Okay. Perfect. So the pool right there, right now it's a grassy lawn area. And then we're removing the hot tub, which is on this site plan right next to the new pergola we're proposing. We're also reconstructing a pergola off of the existing barbecue area, and then also repurposing the fireplace in the living room of the house to be dually served the back area of the patio. In addition, we are adding 2 new water features, one on the north end outside of bedroom 3, and then another water feature at the entry approach. We're reconfiguring the entry approach to the house, just new hardscape, new landscape. That's about it for the architectural changes. If you want to go down to the detail sheets, we do have some details of those exterior pergola photos. So the new proposed fireplace is detail 15 there on the left. It's just, again, there's an existing fireplace inside the living room. We're just adding on another firebox on the opposite side that would serve the outdoor area. And then detail 5 is the proposed trellis to be remodeled above the barbecue area. And then detail number 3 and 2 is the new pergola proposed outside the new dining area. We also have crude fountain details here. I'm not going to go over those, but I'm going to go ahead and, one thing that I did want to clarify is that we have, since this project is in a homeowners association, we have been in touch with the Ortega Ranch Road Homeowners Association. Some of the owners over there have expressed concerns regarding hillside stability with respect to the proposed landscape changes. We have been in communication with them, and we've been in communication with Adam Simmons, geologist, and also Derek from Arcadia to ensure that the landscaping proposed will either enhance or replace existing landscaping that's being removed. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it up to Derek to take it from here and review the landscape plans.
Okay, thank you. Derek, I didn't see any landscape plans in the sheet. Is there?
So there was 2 PDFs submitted. It might be the other file. Oh. I can re-forward the email we sent to Leah. Hold on.
Unless Derek, if you want to share your screen, we can do it that way. That'll take less time.
Not really sure how to do that.
Okay, so down at the bottom of the page, there should are you shown as a, yeah, there should be very bottom middle of the page in green letters and a little arrow that says share screen. And that comes up, and then you choose your application that you want to show us, and that'll bring you up.
I'm pushing on it, and it says only the host can share in this meeting.
Okay, so Leah, can we give him permission to do that? Where is he? Well, Derek, you're under the County of Santa Barbara, Katie Null. I don't know which one. You both have the same. So I'm just going to try one of these. Actually, Leah, can you help me with this? I'm not really sure how to, or if I even can give him permission.
I can share my screen with the landscape plans if that's helpful.
If it'll let you. Let's go ahead and try.
Okay. It's disabled again. Okay.
Yeah. So Leah, are you with us? Doesn't look like it's giving me the opportunity to do that. Okay, well, go ahead, I guess, and send the plans to Leah or whoever's got them. We're not, Leah, if you're out there, we can't hear you. You are muted.
Chris, I'm going to see if I can maybe I can share Kaylee's screen and we can pull them up that way.
Okay. Okay, that's a good idea.
Is that allowed? Because I can pull them up right now.
It's a little unorthodox, but
Yeah.
and then Kaylee, you should probably step out of the room.
I am right now.
Don't make any comments or any sudden moves.
Oh, sorry guys, are you waiting on me?
Oh, yeah, we were trying to give Derek access to share his screen, but he's moved over to Kaylee's computer, so he's going to do it from there.
Oh. Hopefully that'll happen soon. Derek, are we close? Should we try another method? Well, all right, good times. I have a quick question. Katie, maybe you can answer this while we're waiting. This tree, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Let me pull up some annotation. This tree right here, is this existing?
That is existing, yes, correct.
Okay, because if you go back a page, Josh, would you mind going back a page? It's in a different location.
Okay, that is just an error with our CAD here, but that tree is existing. We're not relocating it. It is staying in the same place. It's actually a very beautiful tree.
So then I guess we need to know which is the actual location. I assume it's this one, but then on the new plan, that's kind of where your walkway goes and right through that. So we just need clarification on which is the proper location.
This is Katie Knoll. I'm the planner on the project. The box link for this bar, it's no longer working. So if it's sent to me again, I can try and re-upload those landscaping plans.
Okay, yeah, they weren't in there. So if you want to go ahead, please try to give it a shot, re-upload. Because we're not hearing anything from Derek yet.
Katie, do you have the ability to share your screen? Because I can give you that privilege for this meeting.
Yeah, I have those plans. It still says that the host disabled the attendee screen sharing.
All right, go ahead. I have to make you a co-host, so I think that you should
Okay.
be now.
Chris, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's not opening. I get all the way in and it won't open the drawing.
Okay, so I think we have the planner who's going to share her screen, and then you can tell her where to go with.
Okay.
I think.
It's still not letting me. I don't know how long that process takes of making me the co-host.
It should just be a second or
It's
two.
pretty immediate. Here, let me try it again. Make co-host. Yes.
Oh, what? No, that's not it. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Alrighty, let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
I can. Very good. Thank you.
Great.
It's small.
Yeah, I can zoom in.
Yeah, the better way to do it, Katie, is to, when you share your screen, go to the actual application that you're using and not just your desktop.
Oh, I thought I was.
Oh, maybe. That's fine.
You see the whole desktop?
No, I'm not sure, actually. So it's smaller than usual, the plan.
Ah.
So. But that's fine. We can zoom in. I think that's fine.
So we just have you get the sense of where we're going. The feel of the landscape is to be sort of an austere Mediterranean style. So where the trellis is in back that Megan was referencing, we have individual concrete pavers, 3 different sizes mixed together, and then a large area of gravel under there. Same goes in the courtyard. We've redone the steps leading from the new driveway down to the front door, large paver steps, and then there's a gravel courtyard as well. Why don't you switch it over to LC or to LP1, the planting plan? So the existing trees that are being saved are some 3 large coral trees in the front as you come in, Chris. We're adding new olive trees at the entry and at different spots along the driveway as you proceed towards the house. The driveway material is up for grabs at this point. The edges of the driveway are being modified slightly to enhance an existing parking area and to allow better backup out of the existing garage. In the back, we're adding in that gravel courtyard 4 new olive trees, then 3 more around the pool. The lawn area is being converted to a synthetic grass material, and then the
Oh, sorry, Derek, we lost your audio for a second.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
We missed about 7 seconds.
It's the general planting is lavender, rosemary, stringia, agaves, all that kind of dry Mediterranean planting. But I also want to discuss the tree situation, the tree removals. Katie, if you can slide the drawing up so we can see the area adjacent to Ortega Ranch Road. Nope.
That is as far as it goes.
Okay. Well, the property line, you can see it comes to a point on the south side of Ortega Ranch Road. There's a cluster of existing Pinus halepensis, as well as 4 on the north side, Ortega Ranch Road. We're proposing to remove about 10 trees. I can't see the exact quantity. The 4 along the north side closest to the house are all very large. And the ones on the southern slope have all been trimmed over the years to only be about 20 to 30 feet tall, obviously for view reasons. They're pretty stunted. And we're just trying to take some of them out. You can, if you go through the Ortega Ranch development, you'll see that they were planted in clusters, probably as thematic trees some time ago. And there's lots of them around, and we'd be happy to plant additional trees if necessary. But
so is that what we're seeing at the bottom where it says Ortega Ranch Road? Those are pines to be removed?
You can just barely see one that's got yeah, exactly. Then there's another 5, I think, on the other side of the road.
I see.
There's been comments about the fact that these, that removing them could potentially have geologic implications, which I don't think is true at all. There's the nearest structure south of that cluster of trees is about 500 yards away. Although there is a neighbor to the east, which is about 75 to 100 feet away, but these removals wouldn't impact that house at all.
All right. Anything else to show us?
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Very good. Anything else to present from the applicant at all?
No.
All set. Okay. All right. So we'll bring it back to the board then for questions. Questions, Mr. Verdiak.
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Peugeot.
Nope.
Ms. Froscher.
Do you have any photos from the road of those pine trees you were just talking about?
Yes, there should be some photos in the photo board within a set within Box.
I'm looking at them. I don't see anything except the back of the house.
Would it be possible to just pull up a Google Earth?
We'd have to, if Katie can do that, or
Yeah,
yeah.
let me work on that.
Okay, and we'll come back to that. So, Mr. Bloomer, do you have any questions? We'll come back to you, Val.
Okay.
Josh, questions?
Yeah, when are we gonna get through this item? How's that for a question? This is like ridiculous.
Yeah, this is very incomplete folder here. Okay, well, the answer to that question is wait and see.
Really quickly, this is Katie. The Google Street View doesn't actually go onto the correct road, so we won't be able to see the front of it. Doesn't go along Ortega Ranch Road.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys submitted pictures, you submitted landscape plans, and so where's the breakdown here? I mean, how come they're not in the folder? Anybody?
So we emailed all the SBAR documents to both Katie and Leah. We emailed Leah on December 22nd and then Katie on December 24th. So I think the holidays might have just gotten in the way, but we were adequately prepared. So I apologize for all the technical difficulties.
All right, well, it happens. Let's see. So we don't have pictures, Val.
Yeah.
And am I right in assuming, because I can't see the whole plan, this Ortega Ranch Road goes through this property? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Derek? Okay.
Yeah.
I can have it on Google Maps. I have it on my screen. It's just an aerial. It's not a drive. I mean,
yeah. So Katie, can you show us an overhead view? Maybe we can at least maybe see.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Let's see if I can switch that screen.
By the way, try this. By the way, Megan, I think I called you Katie a lot, so sorry about that.
No worries.
That's what you're.
I'm using Katie's login because we didn't have a link until this morning. So yeah.
That's what I figured.
There it is.
All right.
Yeah, it seems like a screen on both and all sides. You know, I don't know.
Okay, well, this is conceptual, so we can talk more about trees at the next meeting. I don't think we.
Yeah, but maybe if you bring some photos, you know, you talked about removing them, and it's not clear what that.
I have a perfect photo. I'm just trying to pull it up right now on my computer, and if I could screen share, it'd be just amazing. Like, give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Megan, you could also send it to me if that might be quicker.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, and in the meantime, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. I see Pamela Gruen. Pamela, I think you had mentioned earlier you'd like to talk, so you have 3 minutes whenever you can start.
Okay. I'm Pamela Gruen. I am the neighbor most impacted by these proposed changes. There are 2 areas of concern to me. Number one, that we're talking about trees. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission issued approval of the interior housework, and at the same time they specified in writing that no trees are to be removed. So I find it disconcerting that this is still an issue and still being pushed forward. Since that time, we've had 2 additional pine trees have been removed directly after the Planning Commission said no. 2 additional pine trees were removed. Slightly misrepresented in what was said earlier. It's not 5, as you can see by the road. If I could talk to the section with the trees on the other side of the road, not the house portion. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The first thing I'd like to talk about is the trees that are on the southwest facing slope across the house divided by the road.
Sure, yeah, the floor is yours, so however you would like to use your time.
Okay, thank you. Lots 2, which is the proposed lot, and lot 8, which is my lot. You can see my home next door. These 2 southwest facing slopes were deemed dangerous, if you will, and they, due to their high soil, excuse me, let me get it. Sorry, I prepared this. I think I thought about it too much. A lack of stability of the soil. The soils, the top as well as the under, have soils that in the development of this, in conjunction with what was approved and submitted to the county, it is on record that these areas should not be developed. The trees were planted to support that hillside because without those trees, there's nothing anchoring it. There's nothing preventing erosion. And so what they're proposing is pretty radical. My home is on the upper portion near these trees. And if that hillside goes, which if you take all the trees out of it, including they're talking about taking the roots out, that is a very precarious position. This hillside, this has a slope that's greater than 20%. It's steep. And the dirt is like sand. You walk on it and you sink right into it. There's proposal to remove trees on a terrain that is already proven to be have instability and significant erosion. It will also have ecological impacts in that there will be habitat destruction. These 9 trees that they propose on this side of the road are all within 100 feet or directly within the environmentally sensitive habitat in that buffer zone. They're also within 100 feet of the riparian corridor refuge that's on that side.
Okay, that's your 3 minutes there. So if you could wrap it up, please.
Okay, so basically, like my neighbors, I'm concerned about removing these trees. There's no purpose in removing them other than to create an ocean view where there was none. My other area of concern is with the pool and the layout. She mentioned that the pool is in the backyard, the pool's in the front yard. And unfortunately, on their submitted plans, they don't have the setbacks. They don't have the utility easements outlined, so you could get a better idea of it. And then to remove the 4 trees over there, those are 30-foot magnificent pines. This area is beautiful because of the pine trees. And again, action just to give someone to create a new view where there wasn't one. And it differentiates, please, significantly from all of the homes in this planned community where all of the front yards are shielded, are screened by trees and significant shrubbery so that you cannot see the home.
Okay, we need to wrap it. Thank you very much for your testimony here. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand, please. Seeing no one, we can bring it back to the board. And where did we leave off? Pictures?
Yeah, quickly, I received the picture. If you want me to show that.
Go ahead.
Let me. All right. So this is the photo I received from Megan.
And I just want to clarify that the paint color is not correct in this photo. It's an old photo that was virtually enhanced by the realtor's listing. But it does show those trees that are proposed to be removed.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So question then for Derek, I suppose. The reason for removing these trees, is it to open up views, and is it possible to just limb them up to see underneath and through to the view?
Anything's possible, but the ones on the north side, as you can see, are particularly large, and the owner would prefer to have them removed, which isn't to say that we aren't up for planting other trees that are smaller, more appropriate. I think we can all, can agree that pine trees adjacent to residential structures aren't the world's greatest idea, and the fire department would come in on that too. But we're open to working together on this. So this is just our first go round.
Very good. So you said the north side. Is that? I can't point, Leah. I don't know why I can't use my annotation thing here, but can somebody point to the north trees that Derek's referring to?
Are we looking toward Ortega Ridge Road? What direction?
Yes, this is the view of the back of the house.
Right. So we're not seeing the view from the street. We're seeing
Right.
it overhead from the other direction.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the street is just
Is-
behind. Just see a hint of the street just above the little cupola on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So any other questions from the board? Okay. Comments? Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I think that the trellis over the table there in the yard that's proposed doesn't really relate to the building that much. I mean, the posts appear to be kind of spindly, especially when they're cantilevered, and I think that the trellis is weak, and I think that it could be it could relate better to the building. That would be my comment.
Okay. Mr. Peugeot.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated by the lack of documentation on those trees. It just seems like it would be the main thing that we would be watching at this board, at this presentation. I think the other improvements seem perfectly fine. I mean, the only thing that affects the public view or the neighborhood or everything else is these trees. They may be perfectly fine, but if I were the applicant, I would just go right there, take 10, 20 pictures and show it from all sides and come back, because it's really impossible to tell what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Josh, can we go, or sorry, Katie, can we go back to the site plan, please? And then Ms. Froscher, do you have comments?
Well, I feel the same way as Alex. I think that the trees are the main topic for us, and we don't have enough depiction to know what we're looking at.
Yeah, we also don't have it listed in the project description.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments about anything, Val?
No, I mean, I was fine with, in fact, I thought, oh, this is a, benign project that doesn't need much time from us. But I think the trees are a big question, and it's not clear. I don't know if the planner has any comments on that, but it feels like at the least we need to, I would drive by and look at it myself to see what we're talking about, but it could have been better documented.
Yeah, we may need a site visit here and somehow have those trees marked as to which are proposed to be removed. All right, thank you, Val. Mr. Bloomer, comments?
Sorry, I was trying to look at Google Earth, trying to get the street view of this thing under. I think I could go along with that. I need to just come back with more documentation. Let's get this on the road.
Very good. Yeah, I concur. And the only other comments I had, I think somewhere maybe on the site plan, we need maybe a better indication of what's existing versus new. I was looking at the plans last night and having to just flip back and forth. It just being in black and white, it was kind of hard to read exactly what the scope of work is. So if we could improve on demonstrating what's new versus what's existing, that would be helpful. Also, to clarify the location of that tree on the site plan, I believe it's a large coral tree, if I'm not mistaken, in the backyard by the guest house. It varies the location on two different plans.
It's actually a Ficus rubiginosa.
Oh, it is, okay. So then just, clarification. I know you want to save it, so that's good, but let's just figure out which plan is wrong and get that corrected. And then, of course, the tree issue. And then the only other thing I was looking at is in the backyard, I guess, just out the back door, you have a very loosely sort of broken up series of, I assume, stone pavers.
Yes.
Is that actual flagstone? Is that why those are all so small?
They're not small, actually. They're poured concrete. There's 3 different sizes, so it's the variation on a theme.
Okay, well, it just seems very busy to me. I would simplify that, and I mean, it seems to work better when you have the much larger ones, but that's not seen, so that's really subjective. And beyond that, I think, given that we need more information about these trees, I think this would be coming back for further conceptual / preliminary. Does anyone have a problem with that?
Mr. Chair, if the issues are just the trees, I think it could come back for preliminary and final. If we agree on the trees, it's final. If we don't agree, it's not final. But it just seems like we're really overlooking what is basically a minor project. The only issue seems to be those trees, whether it's appropriate to remove them or not.
Okay.
That's what I am.
Yeah. Anyone object? Okay, that's fine with me. So come back to the full board for preliminary final when you're ready.
Excellent. I appreciate everyone's feedback. Thank you. We'll come back.
Thank
then.
you.
Okay, and then let's try and make sure these folders are, stocked when we get to these meetings. We just wasted a good almost half an hour trying to fumble around. All right, moving on. Item number 4. Let's see. This is Wonderment request. Wonderment Farms for conceptual review of a new 4,575 square foot residence, 840 square foot garage, and 1,152 square foot barn. This will be with 2,500 cubic yards of cut and 2,000 cubic yards of fill. 56 acre parcel, 3580 Toro Canyon Park Road. Do we have the applicant here with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. It's Brian Banks here, agent for the owners. We also have the architect, Gary Colsat, with us, and our landscape architect, Sam Mathis.
Okay, very good. So whenever you're ready, let's try and keep it short and sweet.
We will keep it efficient. So first, I think, Chris, if you can go to the photo mapper is perfect here. So this property, it's unique. I had never been up there. It's at kind of the end of Toro Canyon Park Road. So you actually go beyond the turnoff for Toro Canyon Park, and it's a private road, and you go kind of way past. I'd say at least a mile past the park, maybe actually probably a little bit further. So there's a little enclave up there you can see with several different properties developed in the immediate vicinity. This is all ag zoning. So the property itself is about 56 acres. It's already developed with an existing entry gate and paved access driveway off the road itself. And it's planted with approximately 8 acres of vineyards and olives. So as part of the project, the owner will be installing an additional few acres of crop. They're thinking about coffee, and they're working with their ag consultant on that as well. So we'll turn it over to Gary to present architecture. We do have Sam here, Chris, even though we don't have a landscape plan as part of our package. We thought it'd be good. Sam is working with the owners as they're working with their agricultural consultant to figure out how to integrate the residential landscaping with the agriculture and the irrigation and all that. The primary issue with landscape will be just kind of tightly around the house, with the intent being to keep as much land available, much of the non-slopey land available for agriculture. And so with that, Chris, it might be helpful to look at the site photos in the box folder just for context as Gary starts his architectural prep.
Josh is driving, so if you want to just tell him where to go.
Oh, thanks, Josh. Should be in there labeled S-bar. There you go. So it's a long rectangular parcel. I only included on our cover page here the upper portion where the residence will go. So that'll give you some context as you get the architectural plans up. And one last thing, sorry, we did meet with Carp Summerlin Fire. Fire being an issue, fire access being an issue up here. So we have already received their feedback and kind of blessing on our access idea. So we've got that resolved. And with that, I'll turn it over to Gary.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Gary Colsat, the architect. Thank you very much, Brian. This has been just a fun process so far, working with everybody. We've got a great owner who is really committed to doing something that's special up here, that works with the land. They're committed to doing some organic farming, and also have this house sit on a situation that's not obnoxious. So we are working very closely with the Toro Canyon design guidelines and the county guidelines to fit this house in a way that is not visible from down in Carpinteria, which is what the site overlooks. The property is fairly steep, although what we've done is if you could move to the second page for me. Thank you. What we have here we have an overview of the site on the left, and we call that the plot plan. And you can see the access road off of Toro Canyon, our access driveway, and then the more of an enlarged plan that shows the immediate area of our development. We looked at different locations of siting the home, and the reason why we landed at this spot was twofold. One was access, and access is always key when you're working on properties like this. It's not very sexy and all that stuff, but you have to be able to get your cars down and fire trucks down and out. And so we worked with the fire department standards, either the typical hammerheads and also a loop drive. And we landed on the loop drive for several reasons. One, it decreased the overall effect of the paving. We didn't want a big parking lot up here. It also provided us a nice access to our barn. And also we have a service road that we have to maintain for the water district to access their easement, as well as for us to get down to our well site. So this loop is designed to conform with the 80-foot outer radius. And you can see the two dashed circles that show how our driveway works with those radii. And so the house is situated a little bit down off of the entry point when you first come in off the paved driveway to where you get to the actual site. We've dropped the house down for a couple of reasons. One, it helps on our overall visibility, keeping the house lower than the immediate ridge behind us. But it also respects the privacy from both us and the neighbor to the east, because when we get down to this point, you can't really see the house over to the east. And so, oh, I'm sorry, I should be having my video here. Sorry. I'm talking with my hands, of course, all architects do. So the property to the east is something that we are trying to respect both sides, their privacy and our privacy. So this house situated down there achieves that because there's quite a bit of trees and screening along the easterly property line. Also, that is get down to the flattest portion of our building site that we can utilize more for a landscape. We have a proposed a conceptual swimming pool and patios. And just to show you the future, what we're planning, we haven't got Sam given him the green light because we wanted to present this overall concept to the board here. But he has been kind of working with us on not only the driveway and the retaining walls, but also for the overall layout of the entertaining areas in the back. We could talk about the house a little bit. Maybe go, Josh, if you could go back to the first sheet. We have some renderings here. So the character of the house is something that has a country feel to it. It is not a bright house that's going to stick out. It's going to blend in better with this kind of a dove gray cedar siding. We have provided quite a bit of overhangs and loggias and patio covers on all the south-facing doors. We're trying to minimize reflection off of our doors and windows that would come down to the valley. We've also maintained the 19-foot plane from the existing grade to the house, and so we've kind of bunkered the house into the hill a little bit. We've done some cut to get working with our driveway number one, which is at 15% max grade. And that's no small achievement there to make that happen. When you see the elevations, it might appear like a taller house, taller than 19 feet, but when we work with our cross sections, we are confident that all of these roofs are underneath the 19 feet. And we're asking for 19 feet because we have steeper roofs over the 16-foot height limit. And as you can see, the house works with the contours as much as possible. So we're running parallel with all the contours. We've got a kind of a long linear house, which is great for views, but it's also minimizes our overall grading and retaining wall needs. So what we've done here on the as you can see on this, if you go to the front bird's eye view and the rear bird's eye view, you were okay on that sheet. That was fine. Thank you. You can see that there's this island in the middle that has some retaining around it on the downhill side. Those walls are going to be 4 feet or less. We could do more terracing, which means more grading, but it means shorter walls. And so I think that Sam and I are working closely together to try to balance that. But the walls are going to be not going to be visible from any public area. And in fact, this house really is not visible from any public area. And we're pretty lucky being so far away from the 101 and the coast that we get this great view, fantastic view, but we're not visible. And I know that sounds contrary to logic, but it's just because of distance and because we have this hill behind us that continues up behind us, we're not going to be highly visible. And as Brian and I have been talking, it's really, this site is probably unknown to most of you. And we look forward to having you up at the site to actually walk it and to see what we're talking about.
I live in Carpinteria and I have for over 25 years, and I didn't even know this area was here. So it's been a find. It's pretty cool. Thanks, Gary. I think Sam, even though we don't have a plan yet, I think Sam could probably take us through, Sam, just some of your concepts and the things you've been discussing with Gary and the owners.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, and hello, SBAR members. I've been working with Gary and the owner, Margot Redfern, and we've been kind of situating the house in the best spot. It's really a beautiful site, as been said. It's a view site that's got two canyons on either side of this long kind of rolling meadow in the center. And we're situating the house in the upper portion of the meadow and basically moving the dirt around to make the access and the function of this more or less agrarian farm-like complex come together. We've got a drainage on the left with a lot of oaks and eucalyptus in it. We've got another drainage lower on the right with a lot of chaparral and beautiful oak trees. So the idea is to make this house situate itself in a way that we can blend more of the same type of material up in and around the house, but not obstruct views. And often as we come down the approach into the loop road with shade trees and kind of microclimate trees that would adapt the house to this beautiful kind of more or less flat ridge location. We will be expanding, as Brian mentioned, the agrarian nature of what's already existing. We have 4 acres of vineyards and 4 acres of olives. A few acres of coffee is proposed, and then we'll have a family fruit orchard and terracing for kitchen gardens and other organic gardens. We're going to encourage flowering plant material for the bees and the biological balance throughout this organic nature of a farm home. A lot of the service road development around the back of the barn is to be kind of somewhat hidden, so the house perches itself kind of in the middle of this gorgeous site. And as Brian mentioned, there's no real viewpoint except if you were to look and stop on the 101 or on the beach down by Sandyland, you might be able to see a peak of where this area is, but it would just be blended away in the backdrop of this hillside agrarian community of large parcels. So it's a very exciting piece of property, and this architecture and this owner, Gary, has really done a job kind of making all the right things happen functionally for the fire department in a very open and rural kind of way. There's nothing constrained. We're not pushed into a tight, like he said, hammerhead or motor court situation. We want to have a flow for the farm vehicles and trailer vehicles and things that would come in to access the lower part of the parcel. But we'll be adapting a landscape plan. We're studying kind of the soils. We're studying the orientation for the proper planting of these new agrarian crops. And we'll be situating the landscaping in such a way to blend this terracing hillside home into the existing already dramatically beautiful site. So I think that's kind of all I need to say at this point. I'm excited to dive in once we get kind of your blessing and your approval to move ahead. We'll be showing this as an adaptive land and architectural blend of a beautiful California home.
Okay, thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
All right, let's go to the board with questions. Does anyone have questions?
I have a question for the landscape. What are the plans for the loop? Are you thinking of planting some larger trees to provide a backdrop, or if would they block any mountain view? What do you think?
No, there's quite a bit of a hillside, Alex, on the north side. So I think we'll be planting trees in that island so that we layer the house. We come down the driveway, we won't necessarily look at that big open loop. We'll have trees kind of on both sides of the entrance road. We'll have trees in the middle of the island to set up a microclimate of a little sitting area up there to look out at the view over the top of the house. So yes, we'll be putting in some shade trees and good sized trees to integrate into that whole area of the north, east, and west side of the house.
Okay, I have a question regarding the pool. In section BB on page, whatever that is, on the 5, it doesn't seem realistic unless you want it, it looks like an 8-foot deep pool. Is that what is planned? I mean,
Josh, can you go to that sheet, please?
Let's look at that section. I think the intent is to be an infinity view from the patios and from the main residence. And so we do have that drop off we're trying to take into account. And so you're looking at a deep end, maybe in that section, but really what's going to be exposed on the downhill side, I guess the south side would be 5-foot face or 4-foot face. The trough is all again. The intent is we're going to be in the ground, but with a nice knife edge of water towards the ocean.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Questions? Nope. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, seeing no one, we can bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I like it. It's a nice scheme. It has an informal farm look to it, and I think it's very well done. The only silly comment I would make is that the dove gray seems more appropriate close to the ocean. And that's the only thing I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
It seems that the designers have taken all the right approaches to the to the parameters. It's just like I always struggle when the houses are this large. I think we're talking about 7,000 square feet of development, and which is not necessarily a ridge top, but it's a hilltop, and it's hard to think that it's not going to be visible. But I can see it's well done, and the materials are, materials and colors and everything is softened, and as the architect mentioned, the glass is shaded and so forth. Everything seems to be going the right direction. It's just that such a large house that I'm always leery about this so invisible projects. It's just so I would like to have a site visit, with the story poles whenever it's maybe the next time, because it just seems to be pretty well designed. I'm not sure exactly where it would be visible from, but it is a large house, and this board needs to pay attention to developments of this scale.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, actually, I'm very familiar with this area. I worked on, I think it's the neighbor to the east many, many years ago. So I've spent a lot of time up on this property, and it is an amazing piece of Santa Barbara. And there is some visibility from Highway 101. So I agree with Alex that it's a good idea to do story polls and to do a site visit. I would like to do a, masked up group site visit outside all at the same time for everybody to see the site, to see what you're looking down at, and to get a sense of how this sits into the land. It looks like you're doing all the right things, but it would be good to confirm it. I agree with Alex because of the scale of everything up there. It's important. So.
Yeah. Mr. Bloomer?
My comments are this, that I think, since I'm driving here, let's go to this. I think the architect's struggling with his elevation in terms of envelope. So I'm looking at this Widow's Walk kind of stair tower. I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. That's an architectural projection based on what I'm seeing. So, it's not habitable space. It's part of a stairwell, according to my reading of the drawing, which means that it can be granted an exception to penetrate that height envelope, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it should, because if you look at the detailing here, it's really, I don't think it works to have the roof be at the exact, the peak roof next to it, driving right into the side of it. It's actually almost an impossible waterproofing detail, and it's just not correct architecture. If you look on the lower image, you can see the corner of the windows that are exposed there, kind of right there next to the roof. At least that's the perception I get from looking at this perspective. I think I'm seeing that correctly. So it really indicates that thing needs to lift up and get some proper detail distance from the adjacent roofs, and or the roofs near it need to come down. So there's some balancing act that needs to happen there to make that happen. And also, I'm just looking at this large stone turret in the front, or this large piece. It just doesn't feel very well integrated into the architecture. I'm kind of looking for a roof plan. So I think that would be nice to have in the next round, but I can't, maybe I'm not reading it right, but it just feels kind of detached, which could work. Maybe it just needs to be more detached and more separated and pulled forward or pulled back. I'm not really, it just doesn't feel integrated to me. I actually like it as a piece of architecture. It's a nice form. It's beautifully done. I wonder, maybe if elements of that need to be repeated more strongly throughout. There's a wainscot of stone on the left side of the front elevation. Perhaps that stone could come up to the sill of the window and be more substantial. Maybe I'm misreading it. So if I am, just come back and set me straight. But the only other thing I had a comment on was just the entry porch seemed a little bit disappointing, given the kind of style of house, that little awning coming off the front seems like more like something you'd see on the a secondary element in the project. So just a thought I had was maybe look at extending the roof out, creating that roof, letting that roof at the entry become more of the entry porch and pulling it towards us in the front view one, maybe creating a little bit more of a weighted center to the house and creating a little bit more of a special moment. I know this is trying to be kind of a humble farmhouse, but at this level of square footage, this isn't a stately kind of, it's a nice home. I mean, I don't think it should pretend to be modest. It's not. It's modest enough, and I think that reads through. But I don't think it would harm it to create a little bit more sense of entry. And again, nothing that I've said is something I would die on the battlefield for. I do think that probably the only comment that I would be really striving to see some real attention to is more the articulation of the roof and just the correctness of that architectural element on the Widow's Walk kind of design there. I don't know. I guess if you created access to that roof, you disqualify it from being able to exceed that projection. But I think that needs some study, and the large turret in the front needs some study. The rest of it is just take it or leave it.
Okay, Ms. Grubb.
Mostly I just look forward to seeing the landscape plans. It sounds like the direction is really suitable to the site. I think that island that the U-shaped or the circular driveway creates is going to be creating a connection. If you're proposing that as a space that is not just used for screening, I think the connection from that back to the house is going to be important. And then seeing how the terraces play out with the agricultural terraces, how those tie into the landscaping around the house. But yeah.
Good, thank you. Good points. Yeah, I concur with all the comments. I'm just looking at one thing. I don't really have much to add. I think that when you bring the landscape plan back, just also show us what's existing, where the existing areas are on site, and the agricultural stuff too. I think it'd be nice to see what proximities are and how the site is existing and will be developed as a whole. I'm looking at the garage, I guess front view 2, you can see it the best. It's just really close to that wall. I mean, getting in and out of that seems like it's going to be a little difficult. So I don't know if there's any way to provide a little bit more separation. Just when you come into the area where the garage is, I'm worried that, oh, now I can annotate. Let me just show you. I guess I'm worried about, hitting that wall, trying to get into that garage there. Maybe you've got it all worked out, but very minor, just something to consider. Otherwise, I concur with all the previous comments, and we'll let you tell us when you want to do story polls and site visit, but it looks like you're on the right track for the most part, so that could be soon. And I think this could return for, I would say, further conceptual, because we don't have any landscape yet, and that's a major part of it. So further conceptual / preliminary. Does anyone have any input on that or opposition to that? No? Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question regarding the story polls? Would it be possible to give us some advice in terms of how extensive you think we should be doing? Like major ridges and corners, or there's certain elements like Josh's tower is really important, or?
I think, yeah, probably major ridges and corners and towers. I mean, that's kind of everything, I guess, but.
Well, I guess you're right. I guess that's it, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be too extensive, but I think, we need to see the major.
I think it could be simplified a little bit, but I think that the highest points, and also the barn too, because it's pretty massive.
Yeah.
Okay, will do. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Any last minute board members' comments? No? Good. Okay, thanks. I'm number 5. Moving on.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Item number 5, CRMA LLC, request of A34 Studio. This is for conceptual review of a new 7,900 square foot residence, 1,065 square foot garage on a vacant parcel. And this is a 40-acre parcel located at 210 Lindbergh Lane in Carpinteria. Do we have an applicant here with us today?
You do.
Okay, Alan, go ahead when you're ready. Let's try it short and sweet because we've had some delays today.
Okay, can we get the drawings pulled up?
Yeah, that would probably be helpful. Unless you have comments on this one.
No.
Smart. So tell Josh which file and all that, I guess.
Absolutely. We've got our conceptual package. So we're located above 192 off Santa Monica Road. When we continue up on one of the old ranches, Rancho Montalegre. The original site was a 2,000 acre site. We're a 40 acre piece of that. So if we move to the next sheet.
Actually, Josh, can you zoom in on that vicinity map? I'm just kind of trying to.
So this is part of Monte Alegre?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're above 192. We're about halfway up on the first ridge.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If we go to the next sheet, we have survey and site plan. So we have a previously cut pad that we're working with. We're using an existing and already improved driveway access that's serving 2 lots. And we have a development envelope established as well as an agricultural envelope established. Right now, they've planted avocados and coffee, which is growing really well up there. So you can see through the photographs, we've got views looking north towards the mountains. The view south looks from down towards the harbor, and the view east looks at Rincon Mountain. We have an existing grouping of oaks to the left-hand side, which you can see in the middle photograph. So if we then go to the next sheet. Just from looking at a opportunities and constraints diagram, really analyzing the site properly. We've just analyzed all our mountain views where we have opportunities for views towards Santa Barbara, towards the mountain at Rincon Mountain. And also we've looked really closely at how the home would be viewed from below. So if we move to the next sheet. So looking at the site plan below before we touch the cross sections above, there was a previously approved house that was permitted through the building department actually and approved. That line you can see is the blue line. What happened was that the house moved forward, and it's had a number of reviews over the years, but the original designed house was really forward on the site and actually spilled down the site. There was a kind of a extensive grading associated with it moving down the site. So when we started to look at the property and spend time up there, the first thing that we wanted to do is actually take the entire home and push it to the rear of the site to limit any visual impacts that we're making and keep the home towards the rear of the site and keep the front landscape area as usable as possible. So what we have done is we have looked at the visual impacts from the freeway, which is the cross section that you're looking at above. So we've analyzed that we see about the top 4 feet of the home at any given time. If we move to the next sheet. So then architecturally, we started to look at how and what we wanted to develop architecturally. And there was a desire to look at rural architecture and look at barns and their massing and the size of the home. So what I've done is I've analyzed what the really basic impacts of a barn are, their retreat and their circulation, and really kind of teased those elements apart. And what those end up with is a series of forms that are really based around an area to retreat, an area with a punched opening for view, and then teased the circulation pattern open to really create a pavilion and a way of looking forward and really taking that barn architecture into a really contemporary form. So if we go to the next sheet. So from a site planning standpoint, we've looked at minimizing the circulation patterns of vehicle on the site. So we've kept the garage and the vehicle circulation as close to the northern property line as we can. And then the home spills towards the east and oriented towards the southwest. So we've got a enlarged floor plan that we can walk through, but we're going to enter the home in the middle at this stage where we move through the site and through the landscape and engage with the mountains towards the rear before opening and having the opportunity to have that ocean view to the south. And you can kind of start to see the way that I've teased the forms apart, and these solid forms start to create the spaces and the views towards the mountains and to the southern portion to the ocean. Obviously on the southern portion, we have outdoor living, pool and fire pit areas for engagement in the landscape. If we move to the next sheet. So looking at the plan, I've rotated it here. So entry is along the northern portion of the home. We come in over a reflecting pool through into the entry, and then we basically have an open plan living where the whole home opens to the south. Bedrooms, master bedroom and secondary bedrooms to the eastern portion of the site, garage and gym and kind of the more activity areas located towards the west of the site. Then everything kind of opening onto the outdoor living and pool area. Next. So roof plan. So then you can start to see these elemental forms start to break out and then be covered with a pavilion roof. So it starts to really articulate it. We're looking at doing these forms these solid forms as a solid stone element with the pavilion roof kind of being set on top of those forms. Next. We've kept everything to the 16-foot height limit, and again, the way that we've articulated it, there's the glass to the southern portion of the site, which is fully operable, opening into this indoor-outdoor living, all being carried around these solid dark elements. We've introduced a few landscape trees specifically around the oaks to kind of help buffer that some of the visuals. And then the swimming pool is held back, but it's an infinity edge. But we've been very cognizant of the fact that we don't want to expose that edge too dramatically to that downward slope. So that's what we're sitting with.
Okay, thank you. To the board for questions, anyone? Do you have color thoughts yet?
Right now we're looking at the stone mass as being a dark stone. It's going to be a cut stone. It's not going to be a country kind of rambling stone. It's going to be a solid cut, relatively clean. Obviously, we're looking in the darker tones for sure because of the way it's sitting.
Okay.
And then just on a side note to that, Chris, we've certainly been studying the lighting portion of this pretty carefully as well. So for us moving forward, and the questions that we're starting to address is obviously ceiling color and how we're dealing with our lighting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you'll have landscape also at some point, right?
We've actually brought our landscape on since our submittal, and we're working on it at this stage.
All right, any questions from the board?
I have a question. The big doors across the main room, are
Yes.
they bifolds? Are they sliders? Are they?
There'll be sliders.
Okay, questions from anyone else? Nope. Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands, so we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Ms. Grubb.
Looking forward to seeing the landscape plan as always. But I think it nestles into the site pretty well, and I don't have too many comments at this point.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer.
No, I mean, generally, I think it's a very nice project, and I don't really have any concerns at the moment. I think, you know, it seems appropriate to the site and well cited, well researched, and you know, I actually think, like, you know, considering it's an appropriate positioning around grading as well. It seems to minimize that. And, yeah, and I think it's a beautiful architectural layout. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing it, you know, kind of get to its next level. I think it's going to be a nice project.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Frasher.
I have another question. Was this the site that Ferguson Ettinger had done a plan for? It
Yes,
was
it
that.
was.
That was
Yes,
the
it was.
earlier.
Yes, it was.
And yeah, it looks like a very, very well thought out approach to a site like this, and great architecture. I'm curious, because it is a very big house, what's your overall length from end to end on it, and whether we would want to have story poles even just at the ends to try to get a sense of how big this is.
I'll get that number in 1 second. So
yeah,
But
I mean, because
obviously, Valerie, we also realize that it's kind of a really long home, and part of putting the garage at one end and being able to live at the other was to limit how far forward we pushed it to keep the car in circulation to the western edge. So it does come around that way. So it was a balancing act of putting the garage behind and pulling it forward. So I'll have that number for you in a second.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot, we'll come back to your question, Val.
Yeah, well, I agree with the comments of the house being well designed and well thought out and all that, no doubt. It's just that, well, like I mentioned, the previous home, that was 7,900 square feet. Now we're talking about 9,000 square feet. And this one is on a ridge line, not on it's on top of a hill. So I guess my first question is not this question, it's a comment really. Everything has to be 16 feet tall. Does the garage need to be that tall? Does the bedroom need to be that tall? Does the bathroom need to be that tall? Could it possibly be broken up just to break the linearity, that maybe the main spaces can be tall and when it's necessary, but the secondary spaces could drop down? That's one. The second one, another one is the linearity of the fascia. Like if you look at the at your floor plan, that fascia could break. I'm trying to break the linearity of the house and the impact. I appreciate very much your shading elements and the glass and all that, but this is like a beacon on the hill. You know, I'm sensitive to that because those are big major statements. It's a good statement. I don't deny the quality of it, It's just that it's one of those houses that really become important visually for the area. So that's why I make those comments.
Thank you. Where was I? Mr. Verdiak, did you go yet?
Yeah. I mean, I like the approach that you took with these different segments, which are expressed in the plan. And, but it doesn't look like they're expressed vertically. It seems like the roof is very long and flat, which in itself is not that bad, but I think it would be beneficial to vary the ceiling heights in some respect to, you know, your division in planning. So it would give a more of a varied approach instead of such a long linear elevation. Okay.
Okay. Do we have an answer to the length yet, Alan?
Yeah, yes, we do. It's 175.
Okay. All right. So comments. I concur with all that's been said. It is well done. I like that you've pushed it back. It also, I mean, 175 feet is extremely long. There's also I guess it's a little more minor issue, and we've run into this before, but pulling into the site and knowing where the front door is going to be important because you don't see it right away. So making it obvious, I think, is going to be really important. And I think that little area just to the north of the garage could be developed a little bit more. That's also a very long linear run of, I assume maybe a retaining wall possibly. It's hard to tell. So it looks like you've got, you know, some more work to do. We want to see what's happening with the grading as well. So I think that's gonna, but anyway, my comment was make the, you know, the front door obvious somehow, the path to the front door, and then I concur with the remainder of the comments. So does someone, let's see, where do we go from here? I think everyone likes it. We're just have concerns about the size and given the location.
I think this is definitely a house we need to have story poles. It's very easy to put story poles in this house. At least the design, you only need 4 story poles and a big ribbon, and you get it. And I think that's also the problem with the design. Personally, that's the way I personally feel. That it does feel like a long house, 16 feet high.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Very good. So that would be a return. How does the board feel? Further conceptual / preliminary? Feeling that good about it?
Well, I think if it's yeah, sure.
Okay, I think if I don't, unless there's something particularly controversial about this, I think, you know, the story pulling should be really limited. Like put a pole up on the long end of the building, each long end of the building, and run a string across. I don't think we need to story pull out every volume here. There's no point to that. So yeah. I mean, I think just getting established on what 16 feet is and where the building is and the top end and the bottom end of it, and that's it, and move on. I don't want to drag this applicant through an extensive story pulling exercise.
No, I don't. I think Alex is right. We probably need 4 or 5 story poles, but you're probably going to need some in between because you're not going to get anything to stretch 175 feet without sagging. So I think that if you want to, Alan, you know, if you're planning to push and pull a little bit, then you can come back for further conceptual. But my sense is you're not planning on making huge changes. So whenever you're ready for story pulling, you let us know.
Perfect. We have come under application since we put this CBAR application in. So things are moving forward. So we can certainly arrange with the planner.
Okay. Very good. Good luck. Great. And I'll see you next time. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right. Moving on to not the last item, but item number 6. The Pinsky.
Mr. Chair, I have.
Mr. Chair, I just had one point of clarification. For this one, was the direction for them to return for further conceptual and preliminary, or just further conceptual?
And preliminary.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Item 6, Pinsky modification for conceptual review of a modification to allow solar panels within the front setback of the parcel, which is within 125 feet from the center of Marina Drive. Solar panels will be approximately 529 square feet in size and 75 feet from the center of Marina Drive. Following structures exist on the parcel: a almost 6,000 square foot residence and a pool. No grading is proposed. No trees were proposed for removal. Property is 1.59 acres, located at 1601 Elisa Way in the Eastern Goleta Community Plan area of Hope Ranch. And do we have the applicant here? Ava, I think.
Yeah, that's me. Yep.
Okay.
So this one, I will be super brief and then I can answer any questions. Josh, can we go to the second page? That has a clearer view of the area. So this property is in Hope Ranch. You guys don't normally see things in Hope Ranch. However, because we are being required to process a mod to allow the solar panels within the front yard setback, the mod findings require that.
We actually see a lot of Hope Ranch.
What's that?
We see a lot of Hope Ranch.
You see a lot of Hope Ranch. Okay. I've never been to for a project in Hope Ranch. I guess I should clarify then. So, so yeah, normally, as you know, the Hope Ranch setback is 75 feet. However, because this is Marina, it's 125 feet. So the panels are within 75 feet. They're outside of the 75 feet, but within the 125 feet. Hope Ranch has looked at this, approved a permit already for it. They have no issue with it. It's pretty well screened from Marina, and we're just hoping to get an okay from you guys and move forward to our hearing for the mod.
Do you have any photos showing views from Marina?
You know, I don't. I didn't even think to do that because there's a full hedge there. You really can't see it.
Okay. Well, that's a great short presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the board?
So it's a mod because it's in a very large front setback.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yep.
So you can't see the panels from the road?
If you look, yeah, this is I mean, it's not a great picture, but you can you see this, it's a very large, and by very large, I mean probably like 20 feet tall, at least, hedge. The panels are at a 19-degree angle and are between 18 inches from the ground to 5 foot 10 inches from the ground. So they're not visible.
Okay. Other questions? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? See no hands. Back to the board. Comments.
Can I start? Can I suggest that we move this for preliminary and final to consent after the modification is granted? With positive comments to who's doing the modification, the planning commission. Is that where it's going? Is that where it's going? The planning commission?
No, it's a zoning administrator.
Okay. Positive comments to the zoning administrator, and yeah, continue to consent to the preliminary and final. That's what I suggest we do, unless somebody has another idea.
Sounds good to me. Anyone have any objection?
No.
I think for modification, we need to make a few findings, right? The most straightforward one is, in the interest of good design for the site, that we find this to be appropriate.
It's well screened and
yeah.
And yeah.
Was there a planner memo with this application?
I didn't see one in the file box, Joe, and I think you guys only do them for preliminary, right?
Yes. They're only required for preliminary, but they're also done for other projects. But I think Valerie makes a really good point that it would be great to have a comment in the notes that you can make the appropriate findings for a modification.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
So moved. So yeah, I guess the board finds that the proposed modification is appropriate given the amount of screening and lack of visual access to the proposed installation. Is that sufficient? And there are no adverse visual impact.
I'll second the motion then.
Okay, all those in favor? I guess we're conceptual, so we can't really, make a motion, but those are comments. All right, great.
Awesome, great. And then we can come back on consent. Is that part of the motion?
Yes, preliminary and final on consent.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, final item, number 7, slow cultivation. Oh, this is for further conceptual to demolish 3 existing greenhouses of 40,700 square feet each, modify an existing 264,500 square foot greenhouse, which would maintain an existing height of 17.7 to replace exterior plastic sheeting with Dynaglass roof and walls. Construct 58,000 square foot greenhouse addition with a maximum height of 17.7, I assume that is, not 17.17, and construct a new 2-story, 24,750 square foot cannabis processing and administrative support building with a maximum height of 28 feet. Additional improvements, development of 71 parking spaces with permeable surface, installation of 26,000 square feet of ornamental landscaping, stormwater detention, fencing, lighting, irrigation, 5,500 cubic yards of cut, 1,700 cubic yards of fill, 3,900 cubic yards of export. This is 13.5 acres located at 3889 Foothill Road in Carp. Do we have the applicant here with us?
Good afternoon. Leah asked that I note that our firm briefly worked with this client in past years, not this year, and not related to this permit. So she said I can be present, but I just needed to note that.
Okay, fair enough. All right, do we have, I think I saw, who's the applicant here today?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sabrina Noah on behalf of Slow Cultivation and Cresco Labs.
Okay, hi Sabrina.
Good afternoon.
Nathan Eady, the permitting agent.
All right.
And I believe we have Scott Branch, the architect.
Okay, so we have a lot of comments. Can you tell me what is the best way to go about reviewing this? Should I read through all these? Do you want to do them one by one? Do they still apply? Are the changes significant enough that this is a new approach?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much, and the board members. We are really excited to be here today. As you're aware, we have been before your board in the past, and in the line with this being a new year, we have a new project that is substantially redesigned. This focuses mostly on updates to our operational needs, as well as, and most importantly, addressing the community's feedback at the last SBAR hearing. Specifically, as you will see today, we will be discussing shifting as much traffic as possible to Via Real, consolidation of the functional activities, and as well as significant improvement to screening along Foothill. We have worked very hard and diligently with the community to design a project that can't be seen or smelled, and most importantly is compatible with the neighborhood. This design, which our team is prepared to go through with you today, addresses these issues to the best of our ability by receiving fire department approval to improve access, demolishing and replacing the 1950s era greenhouses with room for on-site parking and administration, and replacing a modern greenhouse with addition of state-of-the-art odor mitigation services. We recognize that our proposal includes new buildings and a total structure square footage on the property however, is being reduced by 39,000 square feet. We've been very mindful of your feedback regarding the processing design, the architectural themes, materials, and we feel that this is consistent with the residential development along Foothill Boulevard. And finally, we would like to note, as it has been discussed in the public comment, we will be immediately working to install additional landscaping along Foothill. We appreciate today's discussion and the feedback provided by the community, and it's my pleasure to introduce Nathan Eady of SES Engineers and Scott Branch of BEP Architecture, our design team.
Thanks, Sabrina. If it's okay with the chair and the board, I can screen share the Via Real access exhibit. I look forward to moving on to our actual site design as soon as possible, but I think certainly the community has shown an interest in the Via Real issues, and may be helpful to show everybody what that looks like.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Leah, if you want to give him access.
Did it go through, Nathan?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so as the public had requested and we had been working towards, we've been looking into trying to get access from Via Real for quite some time now. It was problematic in that the route cannot maintain a full 20-foot width throughout the whole path of travel, which is what the fire department requires for commercial projects. But we were able to go back and work cooperatively with the fire department and get them to give us conditional access, despite the fact that the widest we can get the road is 16 feet. So we will successfully be able to use this route up from Via Real outlined in pink. Because it cannot be a full 20 feet in width and it cannot achieve some of the turning radiuses, we will still need to use Foothill access, certainly for the fire department's emergency needs. There's also commercial trucks that need to come in for soil supply once or twice a month, et cetera. Those large trucks that can't safely travel the 16-foot narrow entry and the tight turning radiuses will still need to come in from Foothill. But all passing, yep.
I'm not able to see your exhibit right now.
Nathan, the screen hasn't advanced, unfortunately.
I thought you wanted to have access. Are you going to get access?
Let's see here.
Do you have access to doing that? Are you sharing?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me try again here.
There we go. Now you're cooking with gas, brother.
All right. Okay, so this is the access path that's been approved by the fire department. So it can be used by all employees that are commuting daily in passenger vehicles, all smaller passenger vehicle traffic. So it does successfully divert 90% of the daily traffic associated with the project to Via Real. Foothill will still be needed a couple times a day for larger trucks that can't traverse this path, and anytime the fire department needs to get emergency access. So we're excited about the result. We explored other avenues to get 100% and sole access from Via Real, and there's just too much infrastructure in the way to make that happen, but we got 90% of the way there. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay. Hearing none, I can also open up the architecture and site plans if you guys would like to dive right into the next part of the presentation.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. One thing that may also be helpful, I was looking through Scott's architecture plans today and listening to some of the board's comments for earlier items. I don't know that his plan did an excellent job of spelling out what is leaving the site in terms of existing. So as of the previous times the board, or the most recent time the board reviewed and granted conceptual approval, We were largely proposing to keep the existing greenhouse infrastructure in place and just add ancillary improvements such as stormwater detention basins, et cetera. As part of making the whole new operation of the site work, accepting the access from the south from Villa Real, these 3 smaller existing greenhouses from circa 1950 will be demolished. This largest, more modern greenhouse one will remain. Okay, and then moving on to the architecture.
Good.
Scott, you're more than welcome to take over at any time and I can navigate the plans.
Certainly. Thank you guys for letting us present to you. We've obviously altered the project a bit from when you saw it last. You know, as you guys know, you know, we as architects have an interesting job of trying to meet the client's needs and the community's needs all at the same time. So I hope that after you've taken a look at this, you'll see what we've done and tried to merge those two concepts as best we can. You know, you've heard that they've you know, we need to get this processing building on the site, so we've done our best to locate it with a thoughtful layout of trying to put it as far back from Foothill as possible. And you can see that there on the plot plan. That gave us an opportunity to create, we obviously have to create parking there, but we tried to create an opportunity where we can create some planting buffers to help, you know, shield the building. And at the same time, try to make the site circulation logical. You know, now that we're going to have access from the south of the site, I think that's going to be a big help. So why don't you start with the site plan, Nathan, which I guess is the there you go, right there. So as you can see, you'll come in. You know, the entrance is from the northeast as it was. But as you come in, we also have, you know, have created within that parking area, which will be all permeable, just like it was before. The materials of the site have essentially remained unchanged. But what we've got here is an opportunity to create a large planter in what stands to be one of the few views to see this from Foothill. If you can pan down so you can see Foothill a little bit, Nathan, that's perfect. Right, when you're at Foothill, when you're at the gate to the property, that existing barn effectively would shield this new processing building. So that's not really a place you're going to have a chance to see this building at all from Foothill. You have to move to the east a little bit, and even then you'd have to see over the existing house. I'm sorry, move west a little bit, and then you'd be looking over a fence and over existing house. As the site sits, where the processing building is essentially about 15 feet or so below Foothill. So seeing how this was going to play out after visiting the site and walking around and looking at this, we were careful about where to add some planters in our site plan around this building to be able to create a sense of shielding for the building while also making the site feel pleasant. We've created a building that is actually 7 feet shorter than I think the last processing building that came before you. We've also, in trying to create this building, tried to use a vernacular that is actually more residential and a little, you know, more agrarian, that I think will fit into the community. We've tried to orient it to the north and south so that it's more elongated to the north and south, so that if you see it at all from Foothill, you're looking at the narrow side, not the wide side. If you can go to the next sheet and look at the elevations, you'll notice that the top one is the north elevation. If you could see it from Foothill, that's what you'd see. We've kept, as with other, buildings, agricultural buildings in the area and other packing buildings, they all have very low sloped roofs. So we've tried to keep the slopes as low as we could. But at the same time, we wanted to try to introduce, a more friendly residential vernacular. And so we've done that by dormers and the materials to, even though it'll be a metal building, it will emulate board and bat. We'll be using a steel batten siding. And there will be awnings over the windows. Like I said, we've got dormers on the upper roof, and with the low slopes, we were able to bring the height down below the height limit, which you can see there on the top elevation. By creating this kind of articulation, it throws interest and shadows, and I think makes it much more compatible with the neighborhood character. Nathan, do you have the architectural context sheet? So here's a context of how, precedents that we saw within the neighborhood. First thing you're going to see are some existing packing houses, and you can see they're essentially metal buildings with very low sloped roofs. Here's one that's around 20,000 square feet. And, they all have kind of the same vernacular. They're metal, unexciting buildings that are there to serve a purpose. Our building will be the same, but we wanted to make it look better. So we tried to, rather than to try to compare it with the other packing buildings that are within the area, we chose to go for a more residential vernacular with gables and dormers, and try to add some interest and ways for it to cast interesting shadows. So you can see, and by using a standing seam roof, which is also in character with the vernacular, at least a metal roof, that's for sure. And you can see the different roof forms that are in the immediate area, and materials that we've kind of picked from. And so we've really tried to make an effort to be able to try to have this vernacular fit within the fabric of the immediate area. If we could go back to the plans, one of the concerns is always from what are you going to see from Foothill? We did a study of that, and so this is taken directly. If you go down to the lower right part of the page, I want to show where the photograph was taken from. In the lower right part of the corner, there you go, zoom in there. So you can see I've taken the photo basically west of the entry. That's probably just before the bridge. And that is the spot where you can potentially see our building in its most accessible. If you go to the top photo and the enlargement, you'll notice that you can barely see the building, just the top of it. If you can scroll to the right and see you can see there, actually on the left, you see the barn, part of the barn, which shields it. And now, Nathan, if you'll pan to the right where we can get a closer look at that zoom in of that. here you can see just above the fence line, you can see that you barely see the top of the roof of the existing residence that's in the foreground. And in the background, you can see just a little bit of this processing building. So that is with no landscaping. Just if we were to just put the building in today, that's what you'd see. So we then looked at trying to populate it with the proposed landscaping basically on our side of the fence. And in doing so, that's the same photo, but it essentially is shielded by the existing landscaping. Additionally, Caltrans is going to landscape that area. So if you go down further, you can see that once completed, it's pretty much a non-issue in terms of visibility, and the perception of size, bulk, and scale goes away completely. That's essentially our proposed architecture of the new building. I would say that one of the things that this is, doing this is allowing us to create state-of-the-art buildings, getting rid of the old buildings, and that allows state-of-the-art practices in terms of, odor control and lighting and those sorts of things. With regards to lighting, we are proposing, if you can go to the lighting plan real quick, which I believe is, let's see, there you go. Wait, nope, that one. The lights on the building, the light that you see on top there, those are the security lights that we're required to do around the greenhouses. But the processing building itself, the lights we're choosing to put on that are more in flavor with the architecture, which are these barn lights, which are dark sky compliant and down facing, and those will just be at the required entries, doors on the building. We're not really proposing parking lot lighting. Although we haven't selected the precise fixtures yet, we're still in process of that. But the concept basically in the parking lot, rather than having 14-foot poles or anything like that, we're proposing to do low voltage, landscape lighting that's down facing, so you can make your way around there, but it's not, there's already security lighting on the building that covers that. So if there's any light needed in the parking lot to get around, it's going to be low voltage and, probably 18 and 24 inches high, something like that, and down facing. So that covers that. Then go back to the landscaping plan. Essentially what they've done is, created some oaks, tried to use, the native oaks along the road. They've put in a few oaks along the large buffer area of the parking lot. And then for the decorative trees in the middle of the parking lot and up against the building, some magnolias. I can let Nathan get into more detail on the landscaping, but that's it as far as the shielding and screening goes for the building. I think we've really tried to pay attention to the geometry of the building and how it gets perceived, as well as the vernacular of the architecture itself, and how it relates to the community within which it sits. So, with that, I'll turn it back over to Nathan. And if you have any other questions about the architecture.
The only thing I'd like to reiterate, so the last time the SBAR saw this project, we were planning on just keeping as many of the existing greenhouse structures in situ as possible. But through continued outreach with the community, there was really a desire to draw as much activity from this project back onto this parcel as possible to do a better job compared to other, cannabis projects in the region of controlling odor, which is hard to do if you're trying to repurpose a greenhouse from the 1950s. And obviously to try and gain access from Via Real. So those cascading issues did trigger a substantial redesign of the entirety of the project as the BAR reviewed it last time. Now, 3 hearings ago, the BAR saw our first attempt at working a processing building into the design. And to be frank, it didn't go well. You guys, gave us a well-deserved long list of items that needed to be addressed. So, what few comments were remaining from our most recent conceptual review probably aren't pertinent. This is an almost wholly new concept for the project. What we did do was we went back and reviewed the BAR's comments from that prior attempt to propose a processing building and really tried to draw from that experience and feedback so that your past interactions with us weren't wasted. And we certainly took a whole lot of that forward in terms of this processing building being set hundreds of feet farther back from Foothill, having far more interesting and residentially compatible architecture. And as part of losing an entire, we're basically tearing down a 1-acre greenhouse and not replacing it. So it frees up a lot of additional room on the property for these large landscaping buffers on the east side of the building, more landscaping in the parking lot. And then it's counterintuitive, but the way this works is when we review these older grandfathered greenhouses, even though we have a substantial net reduction in impermeable surface on the property, we actually have to do more stormwater detention because everything gets applied to the modern public works standard. So via the prior presentation to the BAR, this new detention basin actually gets larger. We had to add this additional leg to it. I actually like it because our proposal for some time and has remained consistent. This entire area after the basin is redeveloped will go from avocado orchard to natives. And that native restoration will now span the entire width of the parcel. Before it would have gone about 2/3 of the way and there would have been some remnant avocado orchard here. I actually feel like this effort achieves more of the goal because it'll actually cover more of the property now. As was previously touched on, we have reason to believe and are hopeful that Caltrans is actually going to start installing their right-of-way landscaping as soon as later this month. And then we've, rethought and come up with a new concept here for filling in much more substantially the screening landscaping that's on the private parcel inside of Caltrans' first layer of screening. One thing that may be helpful to get some feedback from the BAR, we do have, if I can solicit, your input proactively, Caltrans is putting in mostly a native plant palette to be consistent with what is already existing through the Arroyo Paredon corridor. Our plant palette right now tries to blend and mimic that well, but we have members of the community that would prefer that we err on the side of just whatever achieves substantial mass screening quickly, rather than sticking strictly to a native plant palette with oaks, et cetera, that may take, several years to fill that area in. So by all means, we're not married to the plant palette that we proposed. We'd love input on how to strike that balance of getting almost instant screening installed and shielding these views from Foothill without having something that's too ornamental layered behind what is otherwise a palette of pretty localized natives from Caltrans. And then in case we didn't transition and make it clear enough, so 90% of traffic will now enter the property down here. There's a row of employee parking that'll run along the bottom of this greenhouse. And then obviously we'll put the remainder of it up here. The fact that we're now going to have so much traffic traversing this area was also a contributing reason to why we need to modernize these greenhouses. The old 50s greenhouses have side vents where the entire wall of the greenhouse drops during the day. and the regulations as applied to the cannabis industry are so stringent for quality testing that having that many cars driving up and down this access road during the day would actually probably contaminate the plant material beyond acceptable state guidelines. But there's a huge benefit to replacing that with a modern greenhouse, fixes that contamination problem, allows for stronger odor control, and now we have an entire greenhouse superstructure that's connected and really minimizes the time spent with cannabis out of some structural envelope in the active odor mitigation systems. With that, I think we've taken enough of the board's time. Thank you all for your patience with us. We're just really trying to keep cracking at this until we get a project that works very well for Cresco's operations, but checks more of the community's boxes that they continue to communicate with us.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Do we have questions from the board? Ms. Grubb?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, John.
Did you say that the finished floor of the proposed processing building is 15 feet below Foothill Road?
Yeah, pretty close, yeah.
And what, if cars are going to access it from Via Real, what incentive do they have to do that? It seems like rather a long, narrow trip to access that southern parking area.
Nathan, would you like to address that, or shall I?
So that'll actually be a permit requirement. So if you accept an employment contract to work with Cresco at this facility, that will be the only access that you're allowed as an employee for your commute on a daily basis. So employees driving vehicles that are capable of navigating that Via Real route will not be given an option by Cresco to come in on Foothill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else, John? Questions from anyone?
Yeah,
This is a really minor question, but is the roof for the proposed processing building intended to be green, or was that just in the rendering?
That's, our color palette is flexible. Just as a placeholder right now, I went with, kind of a classic, agricultural theme, with earth tone colors, but that part is very flexible.
Okay, just thinking there might be other colors that might be a little more recessive, but it'll also
Yeah,
be green.
that we love the board's input on as well. Cresco has no, branding colors or anything that are important in this context. The first priority was keep the building from being seen. Second priority was, if it's seen, try and make it blend in with, like Scott said, the residential vernacular, because it's so much more attractive than the comparable processing buildings in the region. The building's also set back almost 500 feet horizontally from Foothill. So even though, at 24,000 square feet, it's a large structure, with that setback, it really starts to, blend back to a scale somewhat more comparable with the residential architecture. But the color palette is important to us.
The color palette's wide open, and I started with a green roof because we're trying to, blend in with foliage around it to the extent feasible. Green's a pretty good start.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question. Is it going to be feasible to put up story poles for this? Because this is in a location where there's an existing greenhouse.
Yeah, so like I said, we went back to the comparable BIR comments that we received, and I think it was September of 2019, something like that. And story poles were one of the requests that were made. So that's not possible because they would literally have to be punched through the existing greenhouses that are being used today. We have a variety of resources that we can try and offer the board instead. So we've got the visual simulations that Scott Branch's firm provided of what we think the building would look like from the Foothill frontage. I have the 3-dimensional model that we had shot by the drone. that is a rather large file, but can be provided directly to the board anytime if they would like. And then also, if the board would like to come out and do a site visit, that offer is certainly extended to you whenever you like.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board?
What's the overall height of the bulk of the processing building? Because you only have that short portion that's the 28 feet. Is that right?
The 28 feet is to the very top of the top ridge, very top of the building.
So the main ridge, the lower ridge, what's the height of that?
That is, if you can zoom in on that, I think that's 20 feet.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. No other questions? We will go to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? I see 3 hands are up. Let's see, we have Maureen. Maureen, if you want to, I'll unmute you. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. And let me know when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I am urging you today to reject the Cresco project outright or to decisively scale it back. My concerns are due to traffic considerations, the too large scope and scale of the project, along with many other issues. I am also, as the adjacent neighbor to this project, writing to formally request the SBAR conduct a site visit to Cresco. First, I just want to add for context that I own a home next door to Cresco and my family owns the farm next door. We have tried to engage in a live and let live philosophy for the entire nearly 100 years that we've lived next door to this property until Mr. Van Wingerden's foray into the world of corporate cannabis and the problems involved. Now to the issue of the site visit. In preparation for today's meeting, I reviewed your SBAR bylaws to better understand your mission. And they state that, quote, projects that engender substantial community interest as determined by SBAR, and also any project where a request for a site visit has been made by a neighbor adjacent to the project site can be allowed or required. Therefore, I am formally requesting that the SBAR board schedule a site visit for the 2 reasons just stated. Also, there was a site visit proposed previously and canceled for some reason. So I just want to make sure that happens. I also want to provide another update on this project. Last time I spoke to you at the board meeting, I urged you to require that Cresco include 2 adjacent parcels in their plans because they were using parking, a gate, and other uses for on adjacent parcels, but the parcels were not included in their plan. Since then, County Planning employee Kevin De Los Santos conducted a site visit on 10/30 and discovered a violation that the existing dwelling being used as an office for the cannabis operation occurring on 005310024. So that violation was sent to me by Petra Leva, a county employee. In light of that violation, I want to urge you to require Cresco to include the adjacent parcels on their plans to accurately reflect what they're doing there. They're using parking on adjacent parcels. They're using a security gate that's required as part of their project. And also that office they're using illegally, it's a little home. So that was found by the county. The latest conceptual version today of Cresco's project, the word that I keep thinking of is shoehorn. Cresco is trying to force a massive industrial pharmaceutical plant into the guise of a bucolic farm operation. This project, with its gigantic 25,000 square foot 2-story office and processing center and new greenhouses, flies in the face of the Toro Canyon Plan, allowed uses for this area. In reviewing the Toro Canyon Plan again, which encompasses both Cresco site and our own farm, the emphasis is on preserving prime soil, not paving over prime soil, preserving riparian and creep habitat, and reducing traffic on Foothill and limiting fire hazards.
Okay, that noise a bit ago was 2 minutes, so you're well beyond. If you could wrap it up, please.
Sure. I urge you to reject this plan outright. Barring that, please make the following changes. Schedule a site visit, require all parcels are included in this plan, eliminate the 2-story office building and processing center. There was nothing allowed on this site like that before. That also would have the knock-on effect of preventing the septic and the cut and fill, which would also help preserve the riparian habitat. require story poles, require the entire perimeter is screened. Right now, I can see this thing. None of the landscaping being proposed would block my view of this.
Okay, we need to wrap up here.
The last thing, making sure that everything comes out of Via Real. The last thing I want to say just really quickly is, unfortunately, your body is in the awkward position of being one of the few nonpartisan arbiters on this project. We know that the county supervisors defied the recommendations by the grand jury and are getting lobbyist money from Cresco and others. So we're asking you to uphold your SBAR duty, which is to protect the public, and also from your bylaws. This is from your bylaws. You are instructed to encourage the most appropriate and efficient use of the land, which is not this, and to preserve the creek areas through restoration and enhancement. This is a Pfizer Viagra plant in the middle of a riparian area. So please,
thank you very much.
Eliminate this project from your,
Thanks, Maureen. Okay, moving on, Bobby. 2 minutes when you're ready. Let's try to keep it at 2 minutes, not 5.
I'm ready.
Go ahead,
My name is Bobby Offen. I live in the La Mirada area. Okay, I realize this is the Board of Architectural Review, and you are looking at the architecture of this plan. I appreciate the fact that you have made it look rural, but it doesn't, putting lipstick on a pig does not change the basic thing. It is still a pig. It is not meant for this rural area. Opening this up to a processing plant will open up the entire area to an industrial commercial project, and the coastal plan and the Toro Canyon plan specifies, like Maureen said, this is a rural area. It is not meant for processing and manufacturing, and that's exactly what this is. So I am requesting that you reject this project outright, no matter how it looks and how pretty these drawings are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. That was Bobby, right? Anna, I saw your hand up earlier. Are you hands down at this point? Okay. So I know we had some letters as well. Josh, do you want to maybe, let's see, who's driving this train here? Do we still, can we give screen sharing back to Josh, or Josh take over and maybe pull up some of these letters briefly?
Mr. Chair, before we begin, Lee, I just wanted to confirm that the Ms. Abbott's letter would be included in today's presentation.
Sabrina, do you know when that was sent? Sorry, I have a mask on.
It was sent yesterday and then again this morning.
Okay, it should be in there then.
It wasn't in the original box, but I apologize. It's just important to note.
Okay, I'd also like to ask, is the planner here? Actually, I've got another name come up, but is Gwen here with us today?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I want to ask you for your input as well once we have our last public comment, just so we can get some backup information from you. So A.L. Bardech. Allow to talk. You are, there you go. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry about that. I'm having some tech issues. I appreciate some of the changes that are made. I agree it's a lot to take in without a site visit. I previously went on one with county officials, and it was a kind of shocking, it was shocking, some of what appeared to be fairly serious violations. So I think a site visit available. Remember, we have over 5,000 residents between the Polo Club and Casitas Pass, and the impacts would be very, very significant. I wasn't quite sure about the story poles, why we shouldn't have them. Somebody knows a lot more than me. noted that this would be the largest by very far processing plant we know in this county. I don't know if that's so, but they called somebody who knows the cannabis industry and looked at the plan and said, this is truly massive. So I cannot speak to that, but maybe story polls would help. On the one issue, the traffic, I think it's terrific to get everything down to Via Real, because we know it's only a matter of time before there's an accident here on Foothill, which is a school bus site and completely residential. What I am worried about is the screening with the landscaping. Having spoken a great deal with Caltrans's view and what their plan is that in their right of way, they can only do kind of small native. They're saying to the head of the landscaping to me that it is up to Renee Van Wingerden and Cresco or whoever, that they need to put in the proper trees to screen the horrible parking lot, the blacktop, and the buildings, that they're the ones who took it off their property, and that Caltrans can only do the right of way by law. And because of their statutes with Caltrans, they can't really put in massive trees, but they expect that the owner, Renee Van Wingerden, who took them down, is going to be doing the replacement, so that we will. And I would say, and I said this to the planners for Cresco, what would be really helpful with this community is good faith. It's been 2 years since a forested area was totally clear-cutted, and we're looking at a really, really ugly moonscape. If the community even saw a few trees go in the ground, can you imagine? People would say, my God, they're actually doing something. But there has been no gesture of good faith. And I just say that in the interest of this community and making a project that could possibly work in the heart of a residential area. And again, it is just crucially important that the traffic go to Via Real. The road is famously narrow. It is the bicyclist road. There run races there, and we have a school bus that goes up and down there twice a day. I cannot emphasize. And my last point would be, make it one simple blacktop driveway. If they need a fire exit, go from Foothill straight down at some point. Don't make it a big loopy, ugly, whatever they put in, would win a contest for, worst planning. So just put in something simply.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's see, back to, do we have any other public comment? Doesn't look like it. We've sort of glanced through the letters, and we'll now bring it back to the board for additional questions or comments. I actually had a couple questions that I forgot to ask, pretty minor, but the detention ponds, I mean, it appears to be a massive amount of water storage. Question for the applicant, where does the quantity of storage, what is that generated by? And is it necessary that's, because there's a lot of cut there as well. A lot of, hundreds of dump trucks will be exiting that site. Are they going on Foothill? And is it necessary to have such a huge amount of detention basins?
Sure, this is Nathan, the agent from SES. So we would love it if there was some option other than to so substantially expand the stormwater basins. That's just the modern application of what is a pretty conservative flood control code post mudslide event through Montecito and the region. So we've done the best that we can to leverage the basins that are there so that those are expanded first before we move to the new northern basin. The southern basin will also have some, I think it's kind of a little overemphasized to call it a cistern, but it'll have a chamber at the bottom that helps gather more stormwater without necessarily having to achieve it all with with excavation. I think, Ocean Breeze as a larger parcel owner is amenable to trying to accept some of the fill on the adjacent parcel to minimize how much has to be actually trucked out of the area. But yeah, there's no getting around it. Public Works requires very stringent flood control requirements now. We've certainly put in a lot of effort for the Northern Basin to repurpose that through our creative wildlife friendly fencing and native plant palette to try and turn that into an expansion of the existing Arroyo Paredon riparian corridor rather than take away from it.
Okay, so during excavation and construction, which route would be utilized, from Foothill or from Villa Real?
I would assume Foothill. We can try Villa Real. I'm just not entirely confident that a truck of that size can make the 90-degree turn through Ocean Breeze.
Okay, and then my other question was, the parking lot is, I believe you said permeable, and I think it was DG last time. Is it still DG?
Correct.
And then how do you delineate parking spaces?
I don't know that the county will actually require us to do that, with the exception of the ADA accessible spaces. In fact, I think those have to be paved in concrete, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Right.
For ADA specific. For, sort of an agricultural type use here, I don't know that they'll make us actually demarcate individual stalls.
Okay, just as I said, minor, but question nonetheless.
Anna, keep punching the raise your hand button on and off, and he'll notice you.
Oh, sorry, Anna, is that, thanks. Anna, you had your hand up earlier. Did you have comments you wanted to make for public comment?
Yes, I would like to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry about that. I saw it up earlier and then it was down and didn't know. So
well, I put it down when it wasn't turned public speaking time. Sorry. Okay.
Got it. So 2 minutes.
Yes. Okay. So I'm encouraged with the design of the building. The 28 feet height is too tall for me, and because the other one that was approved, G&K, was 25 feet. I don't know that any of them are any higher than 25 feet. I also think, have you thought about putting solar on, this processing building? And with the greenhouse, will it be a sealed greenhouse? There are now sealed greenhouses. And also, what is going to be around? I see the odor the pipes, the buyer's vapor phase. How much below the vents are they going to be? Below the roof vents. And what kind of odor processing are you doing in the processing building and around the doors? Because nothing. The only thing I saw is I saw one sheet that showed the odor vapor phase, going around the green, the big greenhouse, the new little greenhouse, but nothing around, the processing building. Let's see. Okay, and then I'm glad to hear you've addressed some of the concerns with the Foothill and and having more traffic coming through, Villa Real. I do like the idea of having a site visit, since you can't do, the story poles. And I think the vegetation, especially on the one side of the greenhouse addition, that maybe it needs to be a little narrower, so there's more vegetation that will separate it from the property. I think that comes right up to the neighbor's property, but I can't tell because it only shows, this, this property, and I know there's the road that goes right, by it. And again, the question about how much is the dirt is having to be removed. And then, okay. And then, so the biggest thing was about the solar panels on, the processing, building. This would be a great opportunity to, to be able to do that. And then also to have the sealed greenhouse. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So to the planner, Gwen, can you, if any, give us some insight into, where they are in the process and what we should be focused on? Do you need to update us on anything in terms of the process? Just want to give you a chance to help us out.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So this project is currently we are waiting for a new resubmittal from the applicant. And in my conversations with Nathan and Sabrina, it sounds like we're going to see that official resubmittal for their revised project in the next couple of weeks. So today, I'm glad that you guys are reviewing this at a conceptual level. We are still, as I said, in the review phase. The project is not complete yet. So I think once they have submitted their new application, which is going to include an application for a conditional use permit, we'll continue moving forward and preparing to be heard at the Planning Commission. But I think for now, I think that you guys should just provide any comments that you need to, given that this is still a conceptual level of a pretty new, newly designed project.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any additional questions from the board? Otherwise, we can move into comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to note that there is a few comments that came in during the meeting. So I stuck those in a new folder just called new comment letters, and it's in the file if you guys want to take a peek.
Okay, thank you. So maybe Josh can pull those up while we get to comments. Let's start with Mr. Verdiak.
No, I really don't have much. I think that the story pole to define that higher elevation where the offices are would be a good idea. But I think in general, it looks pretty acceptable. It looks good.
Okay, so John, given that where that building is going to go now, it appears they're unable to put up story poles because there's a greenhouse there. So I don't know if there's a way around that in this case, but it appears that at least a site visit will be necessary and encouraged. So anyway, thank you for the comments. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
Yeah, I think it's a much improved design, and architecturally the new building it's approvable. The landscape, I will defer to the landscape architects for the screening. It seems like the whole project has improved in many ways. I don't have any negative comments about it. I'm not so sure why. I mean, I know what a 28 bit. I mean, I can visualize the building pretty well. I've been to the site before. I'm not sure if I want to or need to go back. I'm not sure what that will provide. I think this is it seems like an acceptable building. I think if the most of the comments, all of the comments are really related to the use of the building, and that's not something that is in our purview. This is something for the Planning Commission to comment. I mean, to review. We are commenting on the aesthetics, and this, aesthetically this project is acceptable. I would like to see the input of the landscape architects regarding the screening, regarding the question of the additional landscape along Foothill. It appears that additional planting that may not be well, I just defer to the landscape architects on that.
Thank you. Landscape architect, Ms. Grubb.
My comment would be, I think the screening can get buffed up a little bit more. Right now it looks like 24-inch box oaks, which I think rather than deviating too far from the adjacent native oak riparian area that it sounds like is there, a site visit will help a lot with knowing how crucial it is to stay in the native palette. But I don't think you have to deviate from the oaks, but you can size them up. And yeah, just maybe a little bit more development on the landscape plan. And I think the site visit will help us a lot. And also studying the color palette for the roof. I can't tell if this property is viewed from above in the foothills from the trails and other public access around CARP. But I think the roof color it'll stand out from the surrounding greenhouses at least. So it'll be important to study that color.
Do you have a suggestion for an appropriate color?
I usually go for bonderized. If it's a metal roof, bonderized, because it disappears. It's not reflective like galvanized is. But I'm open to the architects and you're.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, Ms. Froscher.
Yeah, I agree with the comment about the roof and would want to see it be something other than that green, and bonderized would be a good way to help minimize the impact of it. I would like a site visit too. I do have, we're not to judge on the use, but I'm very intrigued by all the conversation about this being a large processing plant, and we don't know what that means. I assume that planning is reviewing that, and that the Planning Commission will also be taking that into account. But in general, it's been much improved in terms of most of the building being at a lower height, trying to bring in some elements of agrarian architectural style rather than massive manufacturing warehouse. Better organization of the parking, I hope. And yeah, I would like to hear more about as much screening as possible from landscape input.
All right. Mr. Bloomer.
I would say just reviewing the letters, from previous to current, this current hearing, it seems to be more, I don't know if this is indicative of the total population of people interested in this, but there seems to be some support for the project. So there's, some people have been won over and some haven't, which I think that's some kind of progress. But I think fundamentally improved screening, creating a nice exterior presentation to the street is probably, something to pay a lot of attention to. And then I would say exactly, I kind of parrot like Alex's comments for the most part. And I would just say, the green roof is tacky, it's not attractive. Just go with like a gray color. There's plenty of choices in the metal roof fabrication world of like, Old Town gray, zinc gray, champagne colored gray, whatever. I would stay away from the cool grays. Just maybe go with a nice, mellow mid-tone gray roof and use that for your downspouts, and, just keep the thing subtle. Those are my comments.
Very good, thank you. I concur with previous comments as well. I think the site visit, and ideally, as we discussed in a previous item, if we could somehow all be there together, carefully social distance so that we can converse and view the plans and such, and have a minimal amount of folks from the application team. Let's see, as far as the plant palette along Foothill, I don't think it has to necessarily be strictly native, but for our last iteration of this, and the comments were to return and increase the size of the box trees, a minimum 48 and 60 inch box. And you can get oaks that are quite substantial in that size. And that would, if we wanted to stick with the native, I think that would be good, but I don't think it's a requirement. I think it would be helpful. But yes, so increasing the size of the proposed box trees, maximizing the screening more so than what's shown. And then as far as the roof color goes, yeah, something non-reflective, but I think something in the gray or the bonderized, I think is the right move, the right direction. And lastly, as far as the building goes, it's 25,000 square feet, and it's a big building. And I'm wondering if if there's any opportunity to reduce the height of that, it's going to kind of tower above, for the most part, it's 20 feet, which is higher than the greenhouses. And then you have the 28 foot for the second story section. So I maybe like from the applicant, the architect, a justification of why it needs to be that high, 20 feet, and reduce if possible. And I think that is it for my comments. So where are we? We are here for further conceptual. Does anyone have, where should we go from here?
Well, and if we do a site visit, can we have one of the applicants, since they can't put story poles on the existing greenhouse, have them be able to demonstrate to us where the 28-foot height was occurring? And I would agree that I'd like to know why it couldn't be lower than that.
Okay. So, but overall, I think you guys have made great strides, and the whole coming off of Via Real is a huge win, I think, for the community. And I think you're getting closer. So we appreciate all the work that you've put into going through that motion with the fire department and we're listening to community members. So from here, I think that clearly we need additional conceptual review. And how does the board feel about conceptual / preliminary?
No, this project is going to the planning commission. So we're only providing comments to the planning commission.
Right,
That's
what I
right.
kind of thought. Yeah, okay.
Right. I think we should limit this to one more review period. I mean, we've seen this many times. We're getting closer, just to give people a concept of what this is, a finality to this process, meaning that we're going to see one more time. I'm not okay. We have a site visit, and then we'll figure out that 28 feet is acceptable. We already gave positive comments to the architecture. Hopefully, we'll have more comments on the landscape, and that will be the end of our participation in this process. And that's the way I see it.
Yeah, duly noted. Okay, thank you, Alex. All right. Any last-minute questions from the applicant?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. And we appreciate all of the very helpful feedback, especially around the landscaping and the overall color palette, which is exactly what we'd hoped to hear today. We will provide a COVID-safe opportunity for a site visit as soon as is possible to be scheduled, and appreciate the feedback today and the acknowledgement of the significant community input that went into this redesign. So as always, special thanks to you and to all the staff members and to the design team for their assistance on this project today. So thank you very much and have a great rest of your day.
Very good. Thank you.
I just have a question. Maybe this is better for Gwen to try and speak to, but how do we go about scheduling the site visit? Does that usually get co-located with the same day as a BAR hearing, et cetera?
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. I was going to bring that up too. And that's also a question that I have, because I know that sometimes if this is going to be a site visit that the whole board is going to meet at, then I think my understanding is that it needs to be a publicly available meeting potentially. So I'm wondering if anybody, maybe Leah or a board member could weigh in on that, just so I can help convey this information to the public if needed.
And Leah, if I may, we do, or excuse me, Gwen, we need to find a way to ensure that it's COVID safe from either a staggered perspective with smaller groups and things like that. Obviously, public health is of paramount, not only to our employees, but also to members of the public. So with as much respect as possible from we will absolutely accommodate within compliance with Public Meeting Act, but we need to ensure that the overall structure and design of that site visit that day is in conformance with advice and counsel from our experts with the CDC.
Yeah, and also in keeping with Brown Act
of course,
somehow.
yeah.
So there's a lot of moving parts there. Okay, good. Actually, so I think you all can work on that. I don't think that we need to answer those questions right here and now, but we'll get the word from staff when the time comes. But that'll not put any one person right on the spot at the moment, but staff will inform us what comes of that when the time is right. As far as how we schedule that meeting. Unless Leah, if you want to pitch in on it at the moment, we can.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just for safety reasons and just in case we do draw a big crowd from the community, I suggest that we go in smaller groups and not have it just one big event that could potentially get out of hand. Maybe we have members of the public like RSVP with Gwen, or arrange it so that maybe 2 of you go at a time, and I'll ask to see if it's possible to have a staff member present so that we have some type of order and that we make sure everything is on the up and up. But I'll check in with Gwen, and I'll touch base with Sabrina, and we'll get it figured out, and I'll let you guys know as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you all for all your input.
Thank you very much for having us.
Community.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify for the minutes. I feel like I have a good understanding of the new comments from today. There were a number of previous comments from prior hearings, and I just want to make sure, do any of those carry over, or do your comments from today, do they suffice going forward?
Yeah, I would say the comments today supersede. I kind of read through the previous comments. A lot of them were addressed. The only one might be the scale and style of the landscape, which is the third one, could be just modified slightly, but especially the sizing of the trees and such, but that was also commented on today. So I didn't really see any that needed to carry over necessarily.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you all. Anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Second the motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay.
All right, have a great weekend, guys.